All right, guys. Today we got a real special guest in the house. This man is a legend from the group The Artifacts, and he's had a hell of a solo career too. L the Sensei.
What up? What up?
How you doing today, my brother?
What's good, man? January 2nd. I'm alive and well, and Happy New Year to all. And yeah, we're here. I'm good, ready to go.
Yeah, man, for sure. So let's start at the beginning. You're from Newark, New Jersey. Now, were you born in Newark?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Did you grow up with any siblings?
Yes, I got two brothers. Oh, both younger than me. I'm the oldest.
Oh, you're the oldest. Okay. So, what was the household like for you growing up?
I had two-parent household growing up most of my life. My brothers, one after me is 3 years, and the other one is 10. So, I went to school, played sports, and once I got into hip hop, everything changed. But like I was, I wouldn't like to say normal kid, but yeah, I was into a lot of the things that cats my age was into. And I was going through the motions, and I had a good childhood growing up.
Now, what did your parents do for work?
At the time, my mom worked at Macy's, and that was like downtown Newark. My father used to work at the street lights outside the poles. He worked at a steel company, and he used to put light poles together.
So you're coming up in the 70s, right? You're born in 71?
Yes,
like
indeed.
right at the beginning of 71, right?
Right.
So
that's top.
So this is right after the civil rights movement. Like, what do you remember about that time period coming up in Newark?
Well, growing up, I only saw pictures and read it in books. My mom told me it was hectic because at the time where we were at, it wasn't so much in the thick of everything. But I was like after that, but it wasn't so much, I was deep in Newark, but I moved around a little bit once I was born, but I was like in the Bellsburg section of Newark.
Got you. So how would you describe Newark during that time? Help paint the scene for us as a kid. If you're walking the streets during the 70s at that time, what is the environment looking like?
Well, I was walking with my parents, so I would say from the things that I saw, I think it was still in the height of the dope era. So one thing I will say, you saw was a lot of dope fiends, and this was like, heroin rampant in the hood. So
right, because this is right after the Vietnam War too.
Yes. So so, you saw a lot of this. It changed a lot as we grew up, but yes, that was very prevalent. I can remember times, our parents took us to New York a lot. So when we get on the train, going downtown Newark was an adventure, so you would get on the train, and I remember clearly a few times, I'm looking at these people and their hands is huge, feet big, and I'm asking my father, like, why is his hands like that? Why is his arms? My father told me they shoot up, and once they shoot that dope, I had to understand what that meant, all the terminology, everything, but I'm thinking to myself, and also, it was a show called Like It Is that came on ABC. Gil Noble. Gil Noble had an episode on Like It Is where he wanted to show you what it was like. This pretty much was everywhere. It was, he was in an abandoned building, and I want to say Harlem, and with a bunch of dope fiends, and he interviewing them in the building. And he, they getting busy right there, shooting in front of him, telling their stories. And it was one guy, I clearly remember, where he said, he asked him why he was shooting up down there. And he said, man, I ain't got no more veins left. So this is my only, way to do it is down there. And he was just, from there, he was just talking about how doing this drug, you don't even think about having a girlfriend. You don't think about being clean. You don't think about nothing but getting high. So this is what I remember seeing in the street. A lot of nasty books on the street. Playboy, you name it. It was just like it was just grimy, dirty. And as we grew up, of course, times changed. But as a youth, yeah, I saw a lot of that.
But then, like, you also have to remember the 80s, then the crack era right after that,
Right.
too.
That was a whole different beast. That was a whole another thing, and Gil Noble also had an episode where it was a guy that got into that. He was a lawyer. And this dude was a good guy, good lawyer and everything. They did a study on him. He did the interview, and he was good. But he was like functioning. By a year later, this dude looked totally different. Homeless, sold all his stuff, marriage going on. I'm like, wow. Like, so when that came, that was where our era, as far as growing up in the 70s and then rising up in the 80s, that was when a lot of things started happening. Cats young, 12, 13, 14, starting to sell drugs on the street. And, everybody making money, but the other things, the things that came with it, as you seeing all this happen, and I see all my friends get into that. This is when I was a B-boy. So one week, everybody a B-boy, and then the next week, I'm seeing these dudes, they got chains and all this. I'm like, what the hell going on? And that's when the crack came.
What was it like for you? Because your dad seemed very honest with you, right? Like, to help you process what was going on around you, what you were witnessing. Now, some parents would just like say, "Oh, they're crazy or they're struggling." They wouldn't really give the real like that. How do you think that impacted you hearing it that way?
Well, because we was right there sitting in front of the dude.
Right.
So on the train. So my father couldn't be nothing but honest to make me understand why he looked like that. And then I would think the Gil Noble episode for me solidified that I was never doing that.
Mm-hmm.
It was something that, why would I be interested in? But as a kid, this is what was going on in the street. It wasn't like, unlike anything, it was like zombies, where you little, you small. So you don't really understand. You just see what you see. But as you grow up and you start understanding, and yeah, it turns different when also it touches your culture, your era, especially when going from seeing it and then seeing people make money over something that wasn't before. So there was a drastic difference in that.
I think one of the saddest things too, you would see like some of these women that were beautiful.
Right.
Then they would get hooked on that. Like, I'm talking like ladies that like everybody wanted to be with,
Yep.
right? And then next thing you know, it's like they selling their bodies just for the next high and stuff, and they look like a shell of themselves. Sad.
And that's the women mostly that was in that life. Chasing behind dudes that was like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, because once they get hooked, you now doing things you wouldn't think you would do for that.
Right.
And in the 70s and more also in the 80s and 90s. Because when you talking about somebody that probably don't have no money and asking for it, what you think a lot of these dudes are doing? And they know who they are, and they looking at them too, like, wow, I remember you. They all come calling. And like you said, that shit, once that get a hold of you, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. A few things people think they can handle, but you're talking about dope and coke, and it's hard to shake that.
How would you describe yourself as a kid? Like, were you really social? Were you quiet?
Well, I was a little shy to myself, but I was outgoing. Being a B-boy at 12, we was going to New York. My parents would take us over there, and we would see, go to Washington Square Park, and I would see everything in there. Made me want to do that. Even if I knew I was this shy kid, I know doing that, I was, speaking out loud, but doing something I wanted to do that I saw others doing, and then became good at it. So I would say, I was social because in order to be in that world, you have to befriend others. And where I lived at, I was like, say the school I went to was mostly Spanish, Puerto Rican, but up the hill was where the black people lived at in the projects. So I would go up there, and then it was people that all the dudes that lived up there didn't get on the floor. They didn't b-boy, but they were pop. So we had a crew where we had 2 dudes from up the hill. They would come down and pop lock, but me and all the Spanish dudes, we doing all the b-boy shit, and we on the floor. So you had to be social in order, and then also, it's different languages. Some might not speak English, but so you still had to make that work. So I was very social, especially growing up a little bit more, just saying what you want to say. And I realized that in order to be a part of a lot of these things, you got to be open-minded to who's around you. And, I never had any racial anything like that. I think growing up around my Spanish friends, my friend Javier, Roberto, my boy Noel, now Noel, he was like Canelo. He had red hair. So I'm like, yo, how are you Spanish? And you got red hair. You look like a ginger, right? So it was things I had to understand. So then when his mom, when I went in his crib, she didn't speak no English, but she saw this black dude coming in her crib. And she asked her son, this your friend? She was speaking Spanish, but he would interpret and tell me what she would say. First thing she did was went in the kitchen or offered me some food. And from there, every time I came over his house, first thing coming to do it, food. So she understood that my language was like, yeah, I'm going to feed him. So, and this was like one of my b-boy friends. So a lot of my friends was like that. And the school I went to was across the street from where he lived. So it was a couple of houses, like a row of houses where a lot of those people went to the school too. So I didn't live too far. So I wound up being friends with these cats outside the school. So definitely was social growing up.
That's really interesting because like when you hear people talk about the early days of hip hop and everything now, because of the FBA argument and everything, people talk about, oh, like there was racism. They didn't really rock with us like that. And there was, so you didn't personally experience that at all.
Nah, I mean, cause like not being from New York, being from New Jersey, a lot of people from New York thought we were so far away. We are a Hudson River across from y'all. So, the only thing different from y'all is the channels on the TV, but we got the same radio station, the same TV station. We did the same thing each other see. So we would get hip hop in the same way like everybody else in the world. But because we were right there, it was accessible. So when you talk about everybody learning this thing all at the same time, clearly I remember me and these dudes who you saw this on TV. So we saw all these different people doing it too. You saw black people, you saw Puerto Ricans, but this is what New York consisted of. So I can never say I can say who started it because I know. But when you're in these neighborhoods and you're watching all this stuff on TV and you see the participants, you can't be that ignorant to think that even if one culture started it, it wasn't meant to stay with one culture. Hip hop wouldn't be what it is today if it wasn't for that. It was like being on the block when you got a pair of sneakers and you come outside and that one weekend you might be the only one that got those sneakers. By the next weekend, everybody got some sneakers. You go to another city, you go to somewhere else, they got the sneakers too. This is how it worked. So we all was learning this at the same time. Me and them same dudes that I talked about, we in the gym, in school, because we saw New York Hot Tracks and we saw Style Wars and we saw Wild Style. We in the gym all together trying to learn how to do windmills. At that point, you're not thinking about who started this first, because I want to know before we get started learning how to do windmills and backspins and handspins and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, what we doing? You know what I'm saying? I didn't think everybody had to pass the test to the originators to say, now can I do it? No. Because they were doing it in Manhattan, they were doing it in Bronx, they were doing it in Harlem, they were doing it in Brooklyn. So once everybody got to knowing how to do this, it just spread. And I didn't think everybody thought it was going to spread like that. But this is why you have these legends in this game, like where, Green was a Theodore. They didn't think that what am I doing? I'm just making shit up as I'm going along. But others came along and perfected what they was doing. So you have everybody participating. But even when they were doing it, I don't think they were doing it was like, hey, wait, you Puerto Rican. You can't do it because black people started. Hey, you can't b-boy because most of the b-boys that are on the floor are Spanish. So black people, you can't do that. So like, that's not how this was working back then. It's not how it works now because now you got Americans, Asians, Europeans, you name it, all doing hip hop in their own way and in their own language. And not one person could tell everybody to stop doing that because that's not what hip hop was meant to be or consist of.
And I want to touch on that a little bit later, but you started b-boying because you were into gymnastics, right? Like you were already skilled in the flips and all that.
Yeah.
So when did you get into graffiti?
It was all at the same time. Like I said, like when you hear about these things happening on the street, and once you meet a person that's into it, like graffiti, I got into it because I draw, so I'm an artist too. So once I went to the Bronx Zoo, and from seeing that, just the trip alone on the train coming from Jersey, and when we got to Manhattan and we got on those trains, I'm like, what the hell is this? Like, so I'm seeing this in my face because I saw it on TV. It was a new thing happening. So my father didn't know what was going on. My brothers and them, they ain't know nothing. So we on the train and I'm looking at, when the train pulled up, I'm looking at the train like, this is crazy. And then I'm standing there. My father's like, get your ass on the train. I'm looking to get on the train. Then it's all in the inside, all the tags. So I'm just soaking all of this in. And my father don't even realize what's happening to me. I'm just quiet going all the way over there. So once we got to the last stop and we got on the train again, I'm looking at it. They walking. I'm looking at the train standing there. Just imagine these little dudes standing there, just train going by. I'm like this. Oh, wow. Man, my father was yelling at me, come on, what are you doing? We go outside the train station. And when I saw the Bronx, that scene where they have Ronald Reagan and that lady yelling at him, like, what you gonna do for us? That was real. We saw that on TV, but when I saw that and they actually was there, I was like, damn, it looked like a war. Like really abandoned buildings, half buildings standing and just dope things everywhere. And we went through all of that, went to the zoo, did all of that, coming back home, same thing. But I'm walking around like, oh man, this is New York. Like the same Manhattan. We in Harlem, we in the Bronx. All that shit. So like when I'm now coming back home, same thing, soaking everything in. Got back in the crib, what comes on TV? Same day, Star Wars on PBS. I'm like, oh, whoa. So this comes on now, everybody in the house be watching it. And my father started figuring it out. He said, oh, that's why your ass was sitting there watching the train. Oh, you think you're going to be doing this? You getting in trouble writing on walls? So for me, that's when I got into it, and to meet people that was legends in my hood, my man, Nas, Tame was one. I saw his name everywhere, but I never knew what he looked like. And this was early, man. We was all teenagers and I'm seeing all this stuff. So I got into it, b-boying first and then graffiti. I knew a DJ that lived down the street from me, so I learned how to DJ from him. So this is like, you pick up on all this stuff. It's like phases.
So at the time you were living in Irvington, New Jersey, right? And you mainly saw like homeboy characters, like, but you didn't see like graffiti. You saw some tags and things like that.
Right.
And it wasn't until the Bronx Zoo when you went, that's when you saw it like on that level.
That's when I saw real graffiti, right? Because all we saw in the hood back then was like people that were trying to do it, and homeboy characters and stuff like that. Spark S, you know. So when I was in Irvington, and then when I moved to Newark, that's when all the stuff I just told you I met. You know, that's when I got into it. And then just seeing it on TV, keep going back and forth to New York with my parents, and still it was like we started going by ourselves. But I wasn't writing on trains. I wasn't still writing on walls. I was getting a lot of stuff done through like airbrush T-shirts and stuff like that. And you know, I didn't know too many people that was into that. And then that's when I started figuring out who everybody was, and as far as Tame and all these. And I met them later on. But I picked up, you know, the round part I picked up in high school, sophomore and junior year. So, you know, like I said, you pick up on these things as you go along, and you learn how to do all of this stuff. It's just, you figure out which one you're good at. You know, as we were growing up, you know, some people couldn't rap, they gravitated toward the DJ thing. But a lot of people did everything. You know, I know dudes that's like that right now. And there's some guys I know that's good at all the elements. I mean, everybody ain't good at all the elements.
So in your neighborhood, you guys actually had something similar to what Fat Beats became later on, as far as like a hub where people would go, and it was so like instrumental to the community. And for you guys, that place was Moving Records.
Yes.
And you would
And
have people
Moving
like
Records,
Red Alert and stuff come through.
yeah. And I met Red Alert there. I mean, all the rappers would come there. It was a woman, and my mom just told me she saw this woman. Her name is Abby. She ran the store, and she was like a staple in the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody from New York came there, and I remember going to her store as a kid and a teenager and just staring at all these records. I remember Grand Puba, Masters of Ceremonies. I stared at their first album cover for days, walking past it, going in and out of the store until I finally bought it. And I was, you know, once you start buying records, you feel like you're doing something. So I hope one day that the way I bought records and listened to them and sat with it with the headphones on in front of the radio to learn the words and everything like that, that was one day I would hope that would be like that for me, which did happen, but like that was a dream. You know, that as a kid, you know, you didn't think of doing this, but as I got more serious, you know, you just start dibbling dabbling. But Moving Records was the place to be. You know, down you would get your fix. You know, because also you knew on Saturdays she would have somebody come in and do it in store.
Mm. And DJ Viral was someone in the neighborhood that you guys went to with a few records, asking him to blend, right? So you guys could make a tape.
Yeah. My man Pyro. Yeah. So and Pyro was dope because he knew martial arts. So we would go in his room. He had turntables and ninja stars and swords and shit hanging around. So, but the funny part, we went to Moving Records to buy the breakbeat records, and we bought one of each record, but like we didn't buy doubles. So when we came to him and we bought all the records, he's like, "This is dope," but like, guess what? Now the record store closed. He said, "Yeah, I got to go back to the store." Now that was like maybe Saturday, so we had to wait until Monday because she was closed on Sunday. So we went back to him, and all of the records he did, he just pretty much made mixtapes, but would blend, you know, run the record long enough to where on the tape we would have some records to rhyme to or write to, and that's how that started. You know, and I had a crew, but I wasn't really, you know, rhyming yet. You know, I was writing for these two cats that was with me, and then somehow that didn't work out. One of the dudes moved, and then that's when I got serious to think like, let me see how I may sound doing this. Of course, you wind up sounding like the people you listen to. So right. I sounded like Kane and Rakim, and had the whole look, you know, flat top, part to my hair, valleys, but wasn't valleys, but they look like them. But you know, I'm looking like the guys that I emulate on TV.
What age is it that you start writing rhymes? It's around 11, 12 too?
I would say 14, 15.
Because you were DJing a little bit before this, right?
Yeah, I mean, but DJing, like, you know, having the little turntable set up in your room with the turntable on the top, and you DJing with the knob as your fader on the volume, you trying to do something with that. You making pause takes, you know, and you know that's what everybody was doing.
You got to work with what you got, man. That's
Exactly, bro.
that's
Exactly. So
amazing.
like, I knew how, but like I said, I knew how to DJ because of Pyro. So whenever if I did get on some turntables, I kind of knew what I was doing, but he didn't show me nothing else. He just showed me how to go back and forth. But later on, I learned how to do all that. But, you know, like I said, pick up on all these things and try to be good at them at least to where, and I remember my DJ Kaos said this. He said, "Oh, you know what? You got good enough to where if I had to go to the bathroom and you was right here, I'll like, yo, do whatever you got to do. I'll be right back." And he'll probably stand there after he done and watch me, you know, about good 10. He said, "You good for that?" So, but he said, just keep practicing. So, like I said, you know, you pick up all these things and you learn, and it's just another elemental tool that you pick up.
What was your first rap name? Was it MCL?
Yes,
How'd you
but
come up with that?
because my name, you know, it was MCL, and then it turned into MCL to Sensei. I don't know. Sensei came from my friends because I cut hair. So on Saturdays, a couple of dudes would come to my crib because I would go down to the barbershop down the street and people would be waiting in line. And I was standing there, they looking at my haircut like, "Damn, cut your hair." I said, "Me." They said, "Work? What, on your own?" Like, "Yeah." So they like, "You can cut mine." I would charge them like, you know, $5, $6, $7, something like that. And while I'm cutting one and everybody else sitting there, my room only fit like 3 people. So while I'm cutting one head, I'm, you know, playing anime movies and kung fu movies. So it was one time I was cutting the dude head and I cut his shit really nice and sharp. And his man was like, "See," and he heard the dude on TV say, "Oh, Sensei, Sensei." He said, "See, look, that's you." He said, "Look at that sharp that shit that used like a Sensei blade on the haircut." I was like, "Wow, you know what? I might just keep that." He left and I thought about that. I said, "You know, I might just keep that." But then I just, you know, chopped the MT off. Because we come from a time where acronyms and people's names stood for something, you know, so it was not so much that, but it's like I think of my name and I think about names later on, like Elder Head Toucher. That's my man too. You know, so it's like we had names that was something, meant something, or was an abbreviation of something, where then you had some people that was just their name, Keith Murray, Eric Sermon. You know Redman, but you also know he's Reggie Noble. So Tyrus Smith, you know, some people just went with their name. So, you know, I didn't want to be too flashy, but because of the Kung Fu and because of the anime, the Sensei stuff.
That's so dope that you were so influenced at that time early on with the kung fu movies and the anime. You know, were a lot of your friends influenced by that during that time?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You know, I would tell you one dude that was a major collector and just on that with my man Lakim Shabazz. Like Lakim, we would go to Locke's crib to watch all the damn Kung Fu movies. So we would go and, you know, sit there you would get lost. And at a few hours, like you smoke one and you know, another one, then the movie be over. You wind up watching another one. And, you know, that was all of us. You know what I'm saying? So like, that's why I knew having them watch the movies while they waited, they wouldn't want to leave. So, but by the time I'm finished cutting 2 other heads, look, dude ain't even leave. They got his first haircut. He's like, I'm gonna stay here and watch because he didn't know what else I was gonna play. So that was the thing. You get the treat of watching the movie and getting a dope haircut. So, you know, but that was pretty much our era in the 90s was that's why Wu-Tang.
Right.
That's why everybody gravitated toward Wu-Tang, not just for their rhymes, but because they was into the same thing everybody else was into, especially in the 90s. Because these VHS tapes and everything was prevalent. You know, it was like you had everything went from TV to videotape. Yo, I got it. You was able to collect it.
Let me ask you something then, right? Like to piggyback off of what we were talking about earlier. how hip hop has become for everyone. Now, with, you know, when you guys were watching anime and watching martial arts films and stuff like that, it wasn't like you guys were trying to piggyback off the culture as far as like appropriate the culture. You guys were appreciating the
Right, right.
culture, right?
Mhm.
Why do you think that when it comes to hip hop, it's the opposite? That when other cultures participate, a lot of times people view it as you're appropriating black culture or our culture versus like, no, like they really do have a love for what you guys have created.
I think it's a thing once somebody else becomes successful at it when they didn't originate it. And I think that got to do with a lot of things in just life in general. You know, where if you, it's always an issue if someone starts something. I mean, we could go back in time, you know what I'm saying? And it's real. But no different than Mick Jagger and Little Richard. You know, if Little Richard didn't bring them in to expose them to what he was doing, they wouldn't have been able to learn how to sing like that. It's a lot of it. It's musical history, you know what I'm saying? But this is the thing, you know what I'm saying? Whether we talk about Elvis, Chuck Berry, you name it, it's always going to be. But these people saw their futures go from one thing and then there's got, you know, you see people come in and go through the door. But it's some people that's not as original. And I think with hip hop, because it started where it started, I mean, yo, it's people in hip hop right now that's not in America that like killing it. And it's like almost like how former sports stars are, where it's like NBA, you know, they really soft, and NFL, you soft, but they making all this money. So when the issue for the older people back then that talk about sports now, there wasn't enough money. They played in the hard era. It's a not fair thing, but it's also turned into a, you ain't supposed to do this thing because it ain't start with you. You know, it's like the world trade. It's like the world trade. We all need something from somebody in order to live, and we all living in this industry where no one can tell you not to do something. You know, it's a free world. You can do what you want. But it's also like a thing though where I think people have to accept when people are so good at it, you cannot like discredit them. There's a lot of people that came after a lot of artists, like I said, that are successful. And you hear them say, you know, the older artists or the people that's not as successful, like these people are supposed to do something for us because they become successful. A lot of people don't owe nobody nothing. But like I said, as things grow and Eminem been through it, you know, so it's like, it's sad, you know, because a lot of us wouldn't be here. I mean, like a lot of people don't buy records, but a lot of other people do buy records. It's an on and on thing, but I think that when everybody tastes success, it is good when everybody can win, but the world's not built like that. So, you know, it's all in what you do. It's all in how you represent it. You know, you got Cypress Hill, you got, you know, a lot of female MCs, whether white, black, Spanish, Asian, they don't even get, as a woman, they don't get they just do. So when you imagine what they up against, like all the time. So now you're talking about, you know, I always get people to understand when you go out into the world as an artist, imagine you want to go to Sweden and Switzerland and all these countries and these mountains. And they know something that you said in the past. But they're like, yo, nah, you know what? We can't book you here because of your views on how you feel about this, that, and the third. Guess what? They got the right not to let you in. But that's not what they're doing. Everybody has been able to go through these gates, and everybody still should. there's no one person to tell you what you can and cannot do, where something that was done by people that didn't realize even what they was doing just happened to blow the hell up. And everybody wanted to do it. We wouldn't be in Europe right now performing if it wasn't for that. You know, so I always get people to remember, like, how this all started. These things started where people couldn't be racial. It was a lot of things that was unfair. There's a lot of shit where a lot of people didn't get just due. People work, have been working. Those that are jealous are the ones that's not working no more. Feel like they owed something. But everybody put in their 2 cents when we doing this. It's your way of how you do it and how people take it and if they like it or not. And pretty much that's the end of it because, like I said, for a lot of the things that happened in the past, whether people that own record labels, radio stations, you can watch any unsung episode, it's all right there in front of you. But a lot of people wasn't stifled to do what they wanted to do because everybody got their dream. It ain't always fair, but you have your dream. So, you know, I just feel like everybody should be able to do this, you know, especially if you got the means to do it. You know, a lot of people may not have the means to do it, but they grow. And they start and they be, and no one person to tell somebody what they can and can't do. I'm going to keep saying that. Because if that would have been the case, we wouldn't have had a record deal or nothing.
I think that there's a level of sensitivity when it comes to this because, like you said, because of previous genres created by Black people that were taken over. And now when you think of that genre, you think of a white artist versus a Black artist, right? You know, and I think that putting a blanket over a group of people and saying that all people apply to this, like, all white people are with this intention to exploit the culture or something like that is wrong in a sense of because any stereotype to that level or to like a blanket statement is going to be incorrect no matter what it's about, right? You know, you can't say all Black people are this way or it just doesn't work, you know. But I think that there's a right way and a wrong way to do it. Like when you come into the culture, like paying homage to those that laid the groundwork for you to be here and do what you do is really important. But you can also say that there are a lot of Black artists, especially today, that don't do it for the ones that put them in position now. So it's not necessarily always a race thing. It's just like as time goes on.
It's like I said, it's a success thing. It's like even through each other being Black, when you see the deaths, a lot of these things are jealousy. A lot of these, dudes become targets because somebody mad because they win. So it's the same thing with the music. We all trying to do the same thing. When you on Instagram, it may be with a dude that's doing more than you, and then there's somebody else over there that's like, I hate both of y'all because I'm not winning.
Right.
And why is it working for you and not for me? And this is where it gets crazy because everybody feel like they should get a fair shot. But if you're not as good as the next dude over here, that's just it. And the rules still apply from when we started making records until today, because it's less people making records today. But even if they're making records today, they're not putting it out. A lot of people don't understand what it takes to put out a lot of records today. It's really like, I know I'm probably going off of what I was, because I don't want to mess up saying what I'm saying now to go over something else. But, I will say it's just that in a nutshell, same cultures, different cultures. I think that when you see one person winning more than the next, it becomes a problem because that person ain't doing what the other one do. And then they start talking, yo, we ain't even supposed to be that. Like, well, what? And then when these things come out, you're like, who said they wasn't supposed to be? So when we start having these debates, and when you see all the comments be crazy, when I be looking like, wow. Like, y'all don't even realize, like, y'all telling people, like, you can't do that. Like, why? Like, tell me why? Especially if I'm good at it. Like, yeah. Like, come on, man. So it just sounds crazy to me.
I mean, that would be really weird to me if somebody said, "Oh, you can't practice martial arts because you're not Asian or
Because in the
you're,
Japanese, they in the Chinese. Right. There we go.
You see,
that's like to say, if I want to wear a nice suit and it happened to be an Italian suit, to do it in the club, like, but you're not Italian, brother. You can't. You black. You gonna have to get you a black person to style and design you, and you know that the Italian fit is custom, tailored down. So imagine that. Like, imagine, that's what's crazy with Trump, where he like everybody get out, but your ass like some Taco Tuesday, and you like some Chinese food. But you don't want people here. Like, it doesn't work like that, man. So it's like, I think we getting, because of this, a lot of this, I think we getting to a point where people just like, it's 2026. We done been through Corona, get out of Corona. Everybody's still trying to get back to normal. So a lot of things not normal no more.
Mm.
And we're into new territory with a lot of these things. That's why, you're, look at you notice this year, you ain't seen nobody putting up no Spotify wrap up. Remember all the last couple of years, everybody put their wrap up, they streamed and shit like, now I noticed this, nobody did nothing.
That's true,
Nobody
man. I was
nothing.
just thinking that too. I was like,
right.
Oh, it's the end of the year. Here we go. Everybody's gonna start putting up
Everybody
their wrap up numbers, and all of a sudden, I didn't see it. I was like, damn, this is a little weird.
Yeah, indeed, bro. Motherfuckers, everybody got it. When people would like, they like, you know what? That shit for the birds. You know what I'm saying? Like, we about to go back into like who got money, because that's the only way your record coming out. And I ain't do it yet, but the magic word for this year, and you tell everybody else the same thing. For anybody that's making music today, merch, and you name it, anything you're trying to sell, the word, and I wish I had some effects where it come over my head. Investment, everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what it's going to take for everybody not to crash out for 2026. You know what I'm saying? Like, and be brave about it. You know what I'm saying? I don't mess up the next question, whatever, but yeah, everybody just understand it.
When did you and Tame One meet each other? Because it was rumored, like, by a lot of people, oh, they blood brothers or they cousins, but you guys just childhood friends,
Right. I met Tame through all my other friends. So like my boy Jay Byrne, he went to school with me. Yeah, Ice and Jay Byrne was the two people instrumental in getting me and Tame together, because Jay went to school with me and he knew Tame already, and Ice knew Tame from when they lived down the hill. So, but I always saw Tame's name. I always saw his name everywhere. I'm like, who is this Tame dude? So one day when Jay Byrne was telling me about his man Rhino, because he knew I wanted to rap a little bit more, but Jay was about to go to college. So he's like, yo, I'm going to introduce you to my man Rhino, because this is where like me, like Tame, I was like, Tame? He's like, yeah, Tame rhyme, he rhyme too. I was like, word. So I started going over Rhino crib, started making demos, but Tame was never there. He never came or was there when I was there. So one day, Rhino told him I was coming, and he showed up. And I had all these songs myself as far as my demo tape, but when I met Tame that same day, we made a song.
Break it down.
And then we like, yeah, break it down, exactly. And we hit it off from there. Like, I guess he felt like, because they all knew each other already. And here I come, new person. And when he met me, it was like he saw somebody in the mirror that was like himself. But like me and Tame was total opposites. It was like straight yin and yang, straight up like our couple. He was Oscar Madison. It was like, but friendship, we was like, it was like this. That made for good records. That made for our beginnings. You know what I'm saying? Because where Tame would do something, I was doing this. We did demos where we Studio time, we, like I said, invested, paid for studio time, paid for beats, made beats, you know, did a lot of this stuff on our own where, you know, it took Tame winning the battle on Stretch and Barbito show on the phone to get an invitation for us to even get into the station was crazy.
Wait. Before we get into that though, so like when you knew him for graffiti, but then like when you first heard him rhyme, you were like, yo, he's as good as he is at graffiti.
Yeah. Right. I mean, I just, like I said, I'm graffiti on my mind. And when Rhino told me that he rapped, I was like, I had nothing to go off but to understand how he rapped until I met him that day. And I was like, damn, this my swift with it. Like, he was like somebody that I heard on records already. Like, Tame was ready very early
polished.
than I was.
He was polished already?
Yeah. Yes. Very, very, very. Like, clever polished. Like, I've heard him say things that still today I'm like, whoa. Like, you know, and because, like, I knew what I was getting myself into, but as I got to know him is when I'm learning all of this as we doing it. So when I saw him like that, and because he moved in my neighborhood, so I was already, you know, doing talent shows and stuff like that. But when I brought, and this is how we got the name That's Them.
Right.
Because I'm now going back to the same show because I was always going runner up against Naughty by Nature all the time. And at the time, their name was called New Style. So all the civics, so we had these things where on any holiday, Thanksgiving, Christmas, Easter, they used to have this thing called Tough Teen Talent Night. So it was a club called Club 88, and it was a cop, man, Tony, rest in peace. He used to throw these shows. So he knew me, but like he always felt bad because I was always be runner up. So one day I came and I had Tame with me. So he didn't know Tame, you know, nobody knew him in the neighborhood. So we had to audition to be in these shows. So I bring Tame, everybody like, you know, everybody know me, we all in the neighborhood. And we had a song ready to go. That's some damn break it down. We had that song and we learned it. And man, we did that audition. Like people was in, but you know, nobody knew nothing. We killed it.
Wait, did you have backup dancers too?
Yeah, but that day we didn't have them with us because we just doing an audition. Tony knew I had them. Well, yeah, I had them. No, I had these dudes, my man Dorian and Rockmine. I had them when I was in high school. So this was like, you know, still dancing for me. When even when they met Tame, they're like, yo, who is that? Like they was like, yo, you look nice. Like, yo, you picked up somebody good to work with you. Like, but they just was like, you know, Tame was different. And the night we did the show, killed it. And at this time, Naughty by Nature, New Style was off to no more of these shows. They professional now. So we started winning these things. But then as time went on, we was noticing now New Style is Naughty by Nature. Redman comes. Lord of the Underground. Like, you know, we still doing demos. We still, you know, working in the house. And once we got on Stretch and Barbito, all that shit changed.
But
you know, everything we would.
You guys got the name That's Them because every time you guys were showing up.
I'm sorry. Yeah, let me sorry. I'm jumping. So now we won the battle. We won the show. Next audition, another show. And now we Tony told me what time we got to be there. It's supposed to be 12. We get there like 12:30. People already in there. So when you open the door to the club, it's Saturday afternoon. Like when we came in, the door cracked. All you saw was like sunlight, and nobody could see who was at the door. We closed that door. People was like, "Oh, that's some dude was like, yo, that's them." Last time, and everybody was saying it, and even that night. So I said, "Yo, that's gonna be the name." I don't know why shit like that happened. Well, yeah, that's gonna be the name. So that stuff for us. We didn't care what nobody thought about it. That's them. Until, then we go to the radio show. We not artifacts at the time. Straight up, that's them, that's them, that's them. That's all we saying.
Right, and the Stretch and Bobbito came about because Tame called up to the battle, right?
Right.
And
he won a phone contest battle. And I called the next week, but it didn't matter. They're like, yo, your man already won, so y'all just come up there. Honestly, I think Tame was supposed to go by himself. But because we was in this group, he was like, "El, come with me." Plus, getting up there, it was hard. Because at night, you catching the power train. And that train runs all night, but you don't want to catch that train. So I had to ask the female I knew. I was like, yo, let me borrow your car. At the time, I didn't have a license. My man that worked at my job with me, my man Terrence, I was like, yo, you want to come with us to this radio show up at Columbia University? Is tonight. And we both got to work in the morning, me and my man. So we go up there. The girl, she gave me a car, a white Chevette, like driving in the car. You could see, it was so rusty. You could see the ground on the in the seat. like, yo, that's crazy. So we get there. Stretch. We take his records and put him in the car. He catch the train up to the station, to the school. And we was there from like 1 o'clock. Yo, we stayed the whole night. Yo, but we rocked out. My man was so happy. Like, yo, he didn't even care about leaving and going to work. We had to be working 9 o'clock in the morning. We stay up there, we freestyle and talk with them all night. And everybody kept calling up to the show, like, where they from? Just off of the freestyle we did. So, and that's how we got our deal, just off the freestyle.
What was the experience like? Because Stretch and Bobbito is so, like, epic, right? Like, that you guys got to go up there. Like, at that time, how were you guys feeling?
Well, we was fans of the show already. We listen every week. So Tame calling up was just like, oh snap, you got through. So we avid listeners. So, getting there, we was just like we was on like a Hot 97 type of thing. We thought we was on the real radio station, and we was. So we knew everybody else like us was listening and was taping. So just to get up there, and this is still early for Stretch and Bob. They haven't been up there, and before they had the show, it was like Skinny Bones.
Mm.
And Stretch was called that. And Bobby he was talking, but it was a different kind of show. Until they became a Stretch and Bobbito show. And, they had New York on fire. So when we came up there, already like Curious was up there, Hieroglyphics. The night we was there, we met Pet Love from Iowa. So we didn't know him. Can of Paint. We became friends with him that night. So much so that when we put the records out, he told all the rest of them about us. So when we got to Oakland, Dell was at the door, at his door. And we told him, like, yo, Pep told us about you. And we met him. He told me he met y'all at the station. Like, so this is how all of these things, relationship-wise, started for us. But it all came from Stretch and Bob. And for us to get, like, this is the most important thing, like, for us to get a deal from that. You know what I'm saying? They heard our demos, but they didn't care. If they didn't even hear, we wanted to play the demos for them. They heard them, they're like, okay, but, we don't care about that. Yeah, we know how y'all sound rhyming-wise. Like, so we just got to put you with some producers, and that's where my man Reef, Daddy Reef came in, Rob Chulo. But, like, all these things started happening right after the freestyle.
So then, like, you guys have to change your name to Artifacts because of Atlantic, right? They didn't like you guys having that name. That's them.
Yeah. So like when we had our first meetings, they asked us like, what's the name of your guys' group? We was like, that's them. They was like, yo, it was so funny. It was like, that's them. Yeah, y'all gonna have to change that. You gotta change that. Yo, that was crazy. Like that was like going back home. So like they told us like right after they did that, so y'all go home and think about that. And we left. Yo, that train ride on that, we was like, just looking at each other like, what the hell we gonna do? We never thought of somebody not liking it. So I don't know, we just looking at each other. Tame sitting over there on the other side. I'm just sitting there and I'm just thinking about something. I'm just running off names in my head. Then I don't know what happened. Something just in my mind. I was like, okay, we still b-boys, reading, everything. So this is when b-boying and stuff is kind of leaving the culture. Not as popular, I would say. Everybody, the b-boys started dancing where they became background dancers and people for videos. So all of this was changing. And we were just like, okay, damn, I looked at Tame, I said, yo, I thought of that. Or what I just said, and I was like, artifacts. He looked at me and was like, why? I said, because all this shit we still do is kind of going away. But because it's from this era we grew up in, people are not talking about graffiti. People are not talking about, like, no one talked about no elements until we put this record out and started explaining it. And that when we came back to the label, all right, we sat down, like, we knew we had it. He's like, look, we got home. And when I said it, we looking at it, it's like, we already knew what it meant. We looking at, to see it in wording, though, like anything from ancient culture times being brought to new times for study, and then like, oh, that's it right there, bro. Because look, we still do graffiti. We still, you know what I'm saying? We b-boys from the past, we dancing and shit. And so all these things, and it worked. When we said it, we was like artifacts. I looked at Chad, and they're like, okay, that works. That'll work. We're like, ooh, okay. Right. But then we had to sit in the office with my friend Jennifer Norwood. Jennifer, we had to sit in the office with her and look in the computer, copyright shit, make sure that nobody had this name. All night we looked at it, and then we just got to the point where she's like, I think we safe.
Wait. So this was like early Windows then at the time?
Yeah. Man, early 90s, the Yahoo and all that. So, it was early, no internet like that, still dial up, all this stuff. So we found that there was no rap group named Artifact, but it was other shit like the Artifacts. So we was like on some Batman shit. The Batman. Like, so it ain't gonna be the Artifacts because somebody already got that. So it's just gonna be Artifacts, and we just keep it that way.
Wow, man. All right, so before we go into like the first album, there's some couple things before then though. So something interesting that I think a lot of people don't know is you actually went to high school with Chino XL.
Yes, I did. Well, actually, no. Chino went to school at Clifford Scott. It was across, not too far from East Orange High School.
Oh,
and
okay.
these two schools were like rival football schools. It's like, so East Orange High School where I went was like the hood school. You know what I'm saying? But then like Clifford Scott, when you go to their school, it's nice and clean, neighborhood clean, nice and middle class. It was like when you went in their school, it was like you was in a different world episode. All the girls in the school was looking nice. I'm like, damn. We used to infiltrate their school because they had talent shows too. So we used to go do talent shows at Clifford Scott. And that's how, but I knew Chino through, when you rap in the neighborhood, everybody know each other. So I knew my man Vega, him and Kerry, they was like, and Chino was like, they was in the Zulu Nation back then. So they were with dashikis and stuff and was really into it. And they went to the meetings and wore the beads and everything, medallions. And like I said, you saw everybody go through their journey, just like I saw New Style go through their journey. So you talking about Treach. At one point, we all did meet each other at a time, whether it was we supposed to battle, but nobody never battled because it was like everybody had their, how to say, hood star of who we all were. So it was always a respect. Nobody can say they really had a battle with each other. I went to school with Naughty. It was just me battling them in contests and talent shows. But we all knew what each other could do. So I knew Chino through that first. And then, like, he was, out of all of us, he was one of the first guys to make a record.
Mm.
So that means something in the hood from where we from, because, you know, everybody get their shot. And he got his shot very early, and then got another shot. So and he made his second album, solo album, and then he moved to LA and moved to the West.
What was your first reaction when you heard him rhyme?
See, my man, like, so Chino was the guy when you, like, he not say rap fast, but his diction was so fucking clear. You couldn't help but, like, I mean, he was like this even early on, but like not like when he became the beat. But you saw he had remnants of it. But like to see him grow from art origin to where he was Chino, what I saw him to be, I was like, damn. Yeah, I mean, when I saw him, he came home. He used to come home a couple of times here and there, and I would see him. I'm like, bro, like, for what it's worth, for you to leave here and go make another life for yourself there, like, I'm talking about a whole nother career, and become this guy there, which made us here understand that, you know, with a lot of things that he went through, and we all know all of this stuff. But even when I heard it, and I told him myself, I said, whatever you feel like you got to do, bro, do that. Because later on when I would see him, I was like, see what I mean? About we went and thought about them that time we talked about it. And I was like, you only just went on ahead and just made this life for yourself where you know, the beast. I'm trying to slip it up because I don't want to curse. And I don't know if we could or not, but
yeah, you can curse as much as you want.
I was like, Gino was a fucking beast, man.
Yeah.
Like, for him, like, and this goes back to where I go back to the hate part. You had a lot of motherfuckers hate on him. Where, you know, from his start to Rick Rubin, to this dude making movies and shit like that, I'm like, yo, I was proud of him.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of people can't leave home and go somewhere else and make another life and do good at it. To where a lot of people that I knew respected him in the same way. But then, like, I saw him in Paris. We did a show. Sway and Tech was with him. It was him. Wild Child was there. But when I saw him, I was so shocked to see him there. He couldn't help but tell Sway, like, yo, me and this dude went to the prom together. And he was like, yo, you bullshit. And I was like, no, we did.
I was just about to ask you that because he lived across the street from your girlfriend at the time, right?
So, like, where his family lived at, and his sister and his wife and everything, they lived next door to my son's aunt house. So, but this, like I said, it's in the neighborhood, it's in the hood. So, like, when you, this is how personal we know each other. Like, but I didn't know that the chick that I was going to go to the prom with was best friends with his girlfriend. So this is how we wind up together, going to the prom. So we, like, literally, like, me and him splitting the limo prices, we getting tuxedoed up and everything. I can find out. You know what? I'm gonna see if I can find out if somebody got a picture of that, because we took pictures that night. And
I was just about to ask you if you got a picture of that.
I never thought to ask him, but I'm gonna see if I can find some. just so I can prove to people that we was in the limo dressed up.
I don't want to go into it too much, but I mean, obviously it's a sad situation seeing how things ended with
Right.
his life and everything like that. You know, how do you, what was your reaction when you heard that?
With Chino? Oh, man. Like, sometimes I hate my phone because, especially with Facebook, I call Facebook the death book. Because every time I go in there, it's nothing but to remind people passing away. So when I start seeing stuff on my feed, And I'm like, what? You know, so I know people that have done music with him, did interviews with him, you know, that know I know him, you know, where even we was on interviews together. That was hard because, like I said, we don't know what everybody go through on their regular day when we not on stage, when we not in the booth. You know, so it's like, you know, I'm glad that sometimes we would check in or I would see him, you know, busy or doing stuff. And 1 minute, you know, we talking, 1 minute we, you know, liking each other's pictures on tour. I saw him on tour with Immortal Technique and Poison Pen. We was in Switzerland. So I didn't know he was there, but when I saw him, and these dudes don't understand, I gave him the biggest hug I could give him. It's no different than when I saw him in Paris with Sway and Tech. I was like, yo, like, we made it. You know what I'm saying? Me and this dude, we in Paris about to perform together. So I always remind him, remember what I said, bro. You know, you left home to make it somewhere else. And now look where we at together. You know, and I was solo at the time, broken up from me and Tame from Artifacts. So he had words for me where it was encouraging, where he telling me to keep going.
Yeah, man, it's a sad situation, you know, especially for his family and everything, and what has transpired after the
Yeah.
fact, which, you know, I don't want to go into. It's kind of messy, right?
Yeah, no, I trust me. I read, I see stuff, and just this is what happens when people die. But the people you come up with and people you work with, you know, I'll trust me. I'm a victim of it myself. You never know what people are capable of, and in certain situations and what they would do.
Right. Well, rest in peace to Chino, man.
No doubt, it's my brother. You know, one of the greatest dudes in New Jersey to come out of here, and he will never be forgotten. Trust me, when it comes, his name is mentioned in many conversations when it comes to the illest MCs out of Jersey.
For sure. All right. So can you tell us about the manager that wanted to make you like Father MC 2.0?
Oh man. Okay, so hold on, let me open this window real quick. Hold on. So I had a manager, and this was I was like 17, 18.
Wait,
And
before you go into that though, I just want to shout out Mr. Len, because you know,
no doubt,
he's the one that told me. He's the one that told me to ask you.
Len was working with these same people at the same time.
Right. So, and him and I definitely gonna do an interview in the future, so you guys should be excited for that as well. But
okay, dope. So a female that I knew, I'm still trying to figure out how they found out about me. I'm trying to remember, but this woman had a kid that was like a child prodigy type, you know, child star. So she was doing Cheerios commercials, Lucky Charms, you name it, all the McDonald's. So this lady found out about me and literally hired me. I had a whole meeting and everything. Hired me to write songs for her daughter.
What year is this?
I was maybe, I was a junior in high school, so it's like 88.
Oh, okay. So this is before Artifacts.
But I'm gonna say I knew these people before I knew Tame. No, I knew Tame, but I didn't. But you know, I'm gonna say no. Because later, okay, I'm gonna tell you this. So so I'm writing these songs. I didn't make no songs with these people. I was just writing them, but they started getting ideas of what to do with me. And because we in this time, Big Daddy Kane, I had a fade and parts of my hair and everything. So they thinking like that. I'm like, and so when we had the conversation, they knew what kind of hip hop I was into. But they looking at me and like, we could like some $6 million man, they could make you into this, make you into that. and because they would have ties to, like, I think at the time this woman was going with I'll Be Sure. So it was a lot of New York ties, uptown New York, Andre Harrell type, they had that in mind for me. And I'm like, no, that's not, I'm not into that. Like, no, I'm into KRS and this, that, and that. No disrespect, but I'm not turning me into, I'm not putting no suit on and nothing like that. So time went on. I'm still working with them. Mind you, never got paid to write no songs. Those songs ever came out, but the little girl's still doing commercials. Then I meet Tame. And then time go on and I bring Tame over their house. Mind you, these ladies they see me and I'm clean cut, whatever they feel. I'm still grimy in the inside. When I brought Tame over there and explained to them this is my partner, they was like, oh, okay. So like, what y'all doing? Like, I'm like, yeah, this is my partner. Like we, about to make songs. And we started going in the studio. And they wasn't paying for no studio time, no nothing. But they see we doing what we got to do. And I remember when I told them I was, not going to work with them no more. And me and Tame gonna do our own thing. I remember when we got our record deal. We had not a album release. Yes, I think no, this wasn't the album release party, but it was something that Atlantic was doing, and we was there. It was a big party, and I was at the door, and it was like a guest list I had. So I let certain people in. I saw Heather B. I got her in. Why did I see this woman at the door? She said, technically we still like, oh, no, you don't. You do not still manage me, nothing like that. So you can come in, but we ain't talking about none of that. So, and that was my last working with them. But like, yeah, Lynn said, Lynn is right. They try to put a suit on.
That's crazy, man. Well, so like your reaction when they said that to you, like what was your reaction immediately? You were just like, you bugging? Like, no
Right,
way.
yeah, I mean, like I thought it was funny because that's what they saw in me, which they didn't see hip hop. Like they was managing even CeCe Peniston at the time. So they got her. And I'm like, okay, these people thinking stardom and pop, that stays so much, but they not thinking about the kind of hip hop I do. They looking at the aesthetic of the look and what, and that wasn't me. Like anytime, and I remember my grandmother used to be like, he ain't into that. She said, Ellie, you want to wear a suit? I said, no. I said, no. So she grandma even knew. So, that was the closest I got to anything where somebody tried to make me be something I wasn't.
So in '94, you guys released the album Between a Rock and a Hard Place. Classic album featuring production from T-Ray, Buck Wild, Rock Wilder. Now, at the time, you guys wanted to get Pete Rock, Primo, Large Professor. The label said, y'all don't have money for that. We're going to give you T-Ray, right? And you guys said, let's get the guy that produced You Can't Front, Jack, right?
Right.
And, that's when your A&R Reef, he called Buck Wild because he knew him. And you guys also met Roc Raida that same day.
Yes, indeed.
So what was your mindset like going into making that album?
None. No mindset at all. Like, this is the thing about doing this, first time, it's nerves and stuff like that, but like the process of it was dope. Like everything of what we did in the beginning was like, how we met everybody. Like, so even having this meeting with Reef is like, so like, even he laughed at us when we was like Large Pro and Primo and them. But he understood why we would say that because they were the hot producers at the time. But when he introduced T-Ray to us, T-Ray was working with Double X Posse. I was more inclined to be the one to do a lot of the business. So I was interested in a lot of these things, even with meeting T-Ray. So Reeve told me T-Ray was at a video editing session for Double X Foxy put the song they had, Head Cracker. So I met him there, and the song, still to this day, I love it. And he was mixing, not going to be able to do it. But like, to meet him in that atmosphere showed me that T-Ray was just not a producer. He cared about what he was doing, even though he's doing a job. Being a producer, like even the way that we was introduced to him, he was a producer for hire. But then I started doing my research on him and his affiliation with Soul Assassins. And he had a career outside of hip hop with a heavy metal group called Helmet. And that's how he really blew up. But had this other career, but he had a group. When he's from, I want to say North Carolina, South Carolina. But G-Ray was...
I think it's South Carolina.
Yeah, South Carolina, right. I think I want to say Columbia. But he was well known for his record collection, especially in New York. A lot of people knew T-Ray had a lot of records. So when we got to his crib, I was like, damn, we got a sea of, he had a big ass basement, but there was like a sea of records all over but it organized and everything. So for him to work with us, even though we didn't know him as a producer like that, what he was making for us, he didn't make for us. Like we sat with T-Ray for a lot of those beats he made, like we was with him. But he would pretty much talk to us like, what, I could hear Todd, hey man, what y'all about? What type of hip hop you listen to? Da, 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 da. So like, this country dude from, he had a ponytail at the time. And this is where culture comes in. We couldn't question what he was doing. Like, why were we working with him? With his white boy and none of that. Like, never, ever, ever. These are not thoughts you have. But we was listening to what he was making. Like, damn, he gave us joints for our record. Mm-hmm. Because we would sit with him. We would spend the night at his crib, watched him do all this work. I made What's Up Now motherfucker beat with him. Me and him together. He manipulated everything, but like getting it together and the structure of it, like we did it together. And when you hear Tame on What's Up Now motherfucker in the beginning, he's screaming because we was doing it before we did that song. We was doing some other song and it wasn't coming out right. So Reef was like, yo, why don't y'all play that beat that y'all made the other day? Tame was like, what beat? I said, I went over his house that day. You didn't want to get in the limo service. And we made a beat that day. And Reef was like, yo, T-Ray, Todd, play it. Man, when that shit came on, it ain't even played 4 bars. Tame was losing his mind. He was like, yo, fuck that. Yo, we fuck the other song. We doing this one. So we instantly took the beat off, put that What's Up Now beat on. And we wrote right there. So that's why when I'm starting, Tame is in the background screaming because he was just so hyped over that beat. Even when he rhymed over the beat, he was hyped up. So like T-Ray pretty much had a blueprint for us of tracks that we didn't realize we actually needed and could actually get. And for them to sound like that, it was so original. It wasn't like everybody else's records that came out at that time. And we talking about we were amongst heavyweights when we put this record out. But what made the album work was when we made Roc Raida the tracks. Even when we made the beat, like we picked out the records and we were telling Tyler, yo, we don't care who used it. Third Base, Sub Rock, Ninth Wonder. The song Ninth Creation. We knew how many people used it. Bubblegum. We're gonna use it, and once we put everything with it. But the thing that made it, that spiked it up was that Jack Bruce record with that horn. Mm. And we was like, damn, when it came on, we was like, whoa. T-Ray he brought it back. He kept playing it. We was like, yo, please loop it now. And then we found the other horn stab on something else. And when we sat back and listened to it, when it was finished, before we even thought so Lord Jamar from Brand New Man made the original version of Wrong Side of the Tracks. Anybody right now listening to the sound of my voice, You can go on YouTube right now because you can't buy. We had a Lost Files album that came out, all the demo songs we did on Smoke On Records, but they sold out. So you can't buy that on vinyl no more. But if you go on YouTube, put in Artifacts demo, Lord Jamar, you're going to hear a whole different version of Wrong Side of the Tracks.
And he was on the hook too.
Yeah, look, same. And Jamar did. So the hook for Wrong Side of the Tracks, Lord Jamar wrote that hook. He said the hook.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that we couldn't clear the sample. So when we had to release the song, they told us we got to change the beat. And I gave them a chance to change the beat, but they was on tour as far as brand new beat. So we changed the beat. When you hear the song, you determine what y'all got today is the only version of Wrong Side of the Track for y'all. So when you hear the song, you hear the difference of what y'all know it to be and not to be. But yes, Lord Jamar did the first version of Wrong Side of the Tracks.
Wait, did you guys re-record it at all, or it just beat mapped it?
Yeah, we like, and I told him, like, yo, like, we're gonna re-record the song, but on this beat. If they wouldn't have been on tour, Lord Jamar would have been on the Wrong Side of the Tracks song as but would have been different tracks. So
that's crazy, man. So come on with the Get Down, right? Buck Wild. What was it like when he played that beat for you guys? Because that's your guys' like most successful song, pretty much, right?
Besides Wrong Side, like when we met Buck that night in the studio and we met Raida. Buck he played a couple of tracks, but he made that beat in front of us. He made Come On to Get Down right there. So he made it, but he went home and, perfected it and everything. But we agreed to the beat right there with the day we met him. Raida was with Buck because a lot of the records that Buck was making, Raida did cuts on them. So whether it's us, OC, when you listen to OC's album, a lot of the cuts on that record was Raida. I think Ozone, that's Roc Raida on that. But because Buck did the track, Raida was already there. And that's how Raida began to DJ with us on tour. So we knew when he told us he was DJing for Showbiz and AG, we were like, how you on tour with us though? Like doing these scratches? Like, nah, y'all good. And Raida was there with us. All the cuts on Artifacts music was done by Raida up until Dynamite Soul Remix. After that, we had got Kaos to be our DJ because Raida was about to be in the DMC battle, and he won. And he was on his way. Rest in peace to him. Rest in peace to him as well.
When you guys first came out, people thought you guys were from New York because you were so immersed into the culture with all of the different elements, right? People didn't think Jersey as really being so close to New York that you would be influenced on that kind of level. It wasn't until they saw the video that was like, that's not New York.
Right. So they saw the Jersey Transit, they saw Newark Police, and like I'm gonna tell you, but even when we did shows in New York, early on in our career, Demerara's, Bowery, Poetry Lounge, all that stuff, we never said where we was from until we would finish the show. Because Jersey wasn't, you just can't go over to New York talking about Jersey, what up? They like, what? Boo, boo. Jersey, boo. Like, what you guys were
treated a little bit like the step sibling in a way, right?
Right. So I remember a lot of shows we would do, even like we just waiting to be called on stage. People would be looking at us like, they swear we was from Brooklyn because they see me and my man Polo Ice, and then we decked out, and then they like, okay.
Tame and the Dreads.
Tame and Dreads. They came in Brooklyn, 90s, whatever. And we do the show, and we like, yo, all right, peace, we're going back to Jersey. After them shows, people be like, get the fuck out of here. Y'all are not from New Jersey. And I'm like, why not? You're like, because dudes from New Jersey don't rap like that. Like, don't. Yes, they do. But it's just that we looked a part of New York so much because of the uniforms we were wearing. Like which was different. Like Jersey has different pockets of a little bit of everything. But me and Tame was from a pocket culturally in New Jersey that was responsible for sticking claim in hip hop. Whether, you got 40 King that came out here early from the Bronx and was working with artists from here. Whether it be Lati, Apache, Lakim, Treach, to be from here is special because like nobody sound like each other. There's no accent, what I'm saying, that we all have that can differentiate where we from East Orange or Newark. It ain't like that here. And that's
People
why it's hard.
also confuse Jersey to just be like, oh, it's just one place. They don't think of it like, how like in New York, there's like different boroughs. People sound different. Like if you're closer to Philly, if you're closer to New York, it makes a difference.
And this is what I say about the slang and about the accent. Like, no, it's not the same. So when you got New Jersey, even East Orange and Newark, not the same.
Right.
So, but what you got to realize is most of the artists that come from Newark is from one district, mostly, West District. So West District is all born in Beth Israel Hospital in Newark. Whether it be Lords of the Underground, whether it be Redman, we all born in that goddamn hospital. So it's just that majority of the MCs come from a concentrated area. So whether it's Latifah, like I said, the outsiders, outlaws, they from Montclair. Montclair is not like no. Montclair ain't like this. It's upper class, but it's still hood. But like everybody, even when you talk about outside of the West District, because it's not immediate Newark, and you coming from the airport, immediately you're in Newark, Penn Station, Newark, but it's outskirts. So when you talk about poor righteous teachers coming from Trenton ain't like where we all from. But because they was the hottest, they was the one group that came from Trenton that made it. Then you talk about Patterson, YZ, Tony D, and oh my God, I'm King's son. When you talk about these guys, they from Patterson and from the Englewood and all them areas. They are like, so that's why you can't say, like you just said, everybody from one thing. Nope, because these places are not considered as hip hop. Perth Amboy, Milkbone. Milkbone is from Perth Amboy, New Jersey, which was known for us to go to that movie theater. So when he came out, that was where Perth Amboy represented them. It's so many different parts of Jersey, but because we immediately.
Even my bro, Big Lou, he's from Camden, New Jersey, and he
right. I was about to say that. Phil Sweetenberg, Camden, New Jersey. They had a group called Nut House. My man Dave Ghetto, he in Miami right now, but Phil Sweetenberg and Dave, they come from Camden. Camden is the last stop before you get to Philly. But then because they're from Camden, a lot of people consider that it's South Jersey, but a lot of people consider that Philadelphia.
The slang, the stuff that they pick up is a little similar to that, right? To Philly.
Right. But what I will say, Camden, not like it used to be, but woo, boy, you ain't going to be from North Jersey going down to South Jersey, mess with them niggas down to Camden, boy. No way. No.
Yo, I be talking to my bro Lou all the time, and he tells me, he's like, yo, people don't realize Camden is like on another level.
Camden was like the murder capital of the country, but years. And they cleaned that shit up. But it's like, everybody know that. You know what I'm saying? Like, so like, not now when you watch First 48 and all that, you know what I'm saying? You see where they be at, but they could have been in Camden. They could have had a First 48 back in the day in Camden. Camden was tough.
Why do you think that New Jersey is so underrated or doesn't get the respect it deserves? Is it because of just New York? Like, because it being that?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Because there's so many talented people that come out of Jersey, though. Like, Lords of the Underground. Shout out to Do It All, man.
Without even talking about hip hop, we could go active for active. We got mad people here. So, but we're little brother. The little brother from New York. We get everything from them. So like, but New York does know about Jersey. We got and how we get down. They consider like places in Jersey to be like New York, it's like East Orange, all this here, like Brooklyn. Harlem was like Newark, downtown, coming from downtown Newark, and projects are right there. All this stuff is gone now. And it's, good housing and stuff like that now. But like Jersey is always going to be second, but we fucking prove our points. A lot of our artists from here are very well known hits, platinum, gold artists. Like we can roll it out with the best. But it's just that, like I said, we couldn't, not being from New York, you couldn't be in New York talking about we doing this in New York, because New York's like, no, like, see, look, trust me, bro, Naughty by Nature. When they made Uptown Anthem, that shit, what? We had the gold cards in New York after that. Like, Treach could have walked, he could write still to this day. I used to see him. I used to see Treach uptown when I used to get my butt. So I would see it like, look, one time I saw him a couple of times. I saw him one day. He came out of he was going there where I just came out of. And I waited for him to come out. I was like, what you doing right here? Get up. He was like, oh shit. And mind you, me, like all of us competition wise, I went to school with them. Like I said, we had so much respect. We friends to this day. Friends to this day. Treach was my compass. I always told him, I'm always going to be around you. I'm always going to be, even if behind you, I'm always going to be around you.
Wait, how much is he older than you?
1 year.
1 year. Okay.
They're great. They were the grade ahead of me. So like when Ronstadt came out, listen, the first person I saw Treach, I was still working at my job. I was working at a hospital in X-ray. So I was on my lunch break and I'm buying sneakers and I'm on my lunch. And I saw him go in the sneaker store. And when he saw me to L, you have arrived, my brother. I love your record. I love, we went to high school together. He said, I just want to tell you, they triple platinum, they platinum. And he telling me this, and he gave me a hug, and he's like, yo, I'm really happy for you. Because I was always, like I said, runner up. But that taught me a lot to, like I would say, not until I got to the second Artifacts album, I was in control of what I wanted to say and know what I wanted to say, know who I wanted to be. And because of a lot of things that we did early, that was celebrated by even people I not say, like when you have these competitions, there's no beef. But for him to acknowledge me in that way, the things that I remember, we went all the high school battles, talent shows. He told me that, L, I'm glad you're here. So I always felt like that was a good thing, because it was like, welcome to the club.
That's a solid move because he gains nothing from telling you that. That's just more of like, I'm doing this because of me. Like, I really feel this way towards you. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right. And because he knew how much respect, a lot of respect, a lot of us have for him here in the hood. You know what I'm saying? From me to Chino, Redman, all of us. So, and when I see him today, I'll see Treach today. And the first thing he was, I remember when me and Tame did a show with them, and his man booked me and Tame. And Treach was happy as hell when this was happening. So he was at the door. We was coming up the street to the door at the beginning of the club. And he saw me and Tame from a distance. Before we even got to the door, he was like, the lyrics is coming. The lyrics coming in the building today. Look at y'all motherfuckers. I see what y'all about to do. I see y'all. He said, I know what y'all about. L, come here. He said, yo, I know what the fuck y'all about to do, bro. I said, man, look. But for me, him doing that, it took me back to, again, high school. Because this is the guy that motivated me to be what I am today. And we are the best of friends.
What was his personality like early
Treach,
on?
Early on? And I hope he see this too. My man, what? You could not touch him.
Yeah.
My man, impeccable round. Like, walked around like that. Like, how did they walk around fly money? He walked around like, I am the best dude. Trust me, we got Mike C, one of the best MCs out here. My man Maceo back in the day. Unique, my man Unique back in the day. But Treach was special. And everybody knew it. That's why he started now.
Right.
We knew when, you know what I'm saying? Like, that Ghetto Bastard video song is really who he was. And still to this day, but like, you saw the star rise. You saw him already, no different than how I say with Tame. When I met him and when I heard him rhyme, I'm like, my man already know what he want to do. You know, and Treach
His rhyme pattern,
like that.
Treach's rhyme pattern and his cadence is like, it doesn't get like the respect it deserves as far as how much he impacted other artists. You know what I mean?
As the time went on, yes, that started happening, but for the people that know different, Eminem said, it influenced a lot of people. People who sounded like him, dressed like him, moved like him. All that, you know, they couldn't help it. But like, and today he's still working, acting, businesses and stuff. I see him all the time, and we still, you know what I'm saying? Nothing gonna change with that. But like I said, these people like him, you know, gave me a reason to want to rap. So when he found out I rapped in junior high school, and I walked on that stage, Treach walked his ass down the aisle and was standing. He was like, look, I'm on stage right here. He like this on the stage. Like, not on stage, but like in the front of the stage, letting everybody know in school, like, no. I'm him. Next day he saw me, he was like, yo, so like, I didn't know you rap. I was like, yeah, I rap.
Man, shout out to Treach.
No
but
doubt.
To go back to what we were talking about, like so many talented artists come from New Jersey, right? Redman, Lords of the Underground. Shout out to Do It All, man. I got to interview him. Great brother, man. You know, Queen Latifah, Fugees, Outsiders, Ice-T. Like, you know, there's just, I feel like there should be more respect. I know like people don't like Joe Budden now because of his podcasting, but when he was really rhyming, you know.
Joe was doing his thing, even when he got with Slaughterhouse.
He was doing his thing, man.
And I know he got bars still, you know what I'm saying? But he's in a good place right now. I ain't mad at him.
Yeah, for sure. It's funny though, now you see so many rappers doing what he's doing though.
A lot of people talking, yeah. A lot of people talking. It's not, look, I hope a lot of these records that have been coming out the last in 25 make a lot of people you know, want to go back in the booth, but I think people got monetization in their brain and they ain't thinking about it. They like, look, I'd rather talk and make some money than go in the booth and try to rap. Like,
because you don't really, well, I mean, there's still a skill to it, to talking, but like there's less of a skill required to talk than there is for rapping.
But he has a good speaking voice and he got his voice deep. And when I saw him on ESPN, I knew he was probably, after rap, he was going to get a job, something like what he's doing right now.
Well, I mean, he started off like what on Hot 97 too, like with the Angela Yee and stuff. He did like a lot of different stuff before then too, though. But
but once people saw him talking on the first tape, that was a rap.
For sure. How did it feel when you heard KRS say, "You dope, you lied, I reside like artifacts on the wrong side of the tracks, electrified"? Like on MCs act like they don't know.
Me and Tane lost it. We lost it. I'm gonna tell you another thing about that. Like after he put that record out, well, when we put Wrong Side out, he did a review of the record on Hot 97, and he said he critiqued the record. But the one thing I remember most is him saying that it took a group from New Jersey to make a record about graffiti that started in New York. And that's where the shout out came from. And then even on the same record, that's on Alpha Fame, big respect to Artifacts. I'm like, man, of course, that is all Tame. You know, I'll let y'all know right now, when that element of the group with all Tame. I do graffiti too. I draw, I do all that shit. But Tame was the most official cat I've ever seen do records and your name be your tag. And who does that? Like his graffiti name was his stage name. And being a graffiti writer, like Tame was noticed for that after the record came out. But you know, they know he started making records, so they wasn't bothering him so much.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, it's so crazy because, you know, obviously KRS is the teacher, right? Like he's like
Right.
everybody back then was influenced by him in some capacity, right? But not to just have one record shouting you guys out, but two records on the same
Trust me,
album.
bro. We was on walking on the planet cloud. I don't know what you like. Yo, people still to this day, yo, y'all know him like that? I was like, oh nah. I met him like a couple of times. And after that, we met him and he gave, me and Tame was like 2 kids. We had at a show. And Dasa Bex was there too. And we was backstage with them. And before KRS came, I asked Drazy, what was that session like when y'all did that song with him? He was like, bro, all I'm gonna say is this. Me and Books had our verses done. And we were so hyped up. We hope, he hoped he was gonna like him. He came in the studio, he heard our verses, he liked it. He said, man, when he went in there and went in the booth, all that, follow me. And he said, when he started this, bro, they just like, he's like, yo, why did we even go in the booth with all that, what he just did? And literally after he said all that, KRS came in and he saw me and Tame. He was just smiling. And I think just the fact that it was other MCs like him, no different than Fat Joe and Master Ace is the graffiti writer, Lost Pro, graffiti writer. So like but because we made that record and he didn't, I think that it, he gave us a level of respect like no others. So to have, and I think he probably, damn, why the fuck I didn't think of that? I'm KRS, you know what I'm saying? Like nobody thought of it. Nobody thought of it. So like, and I told him to the day, and look, I told him to the day you die, you will be known for this record and be fucking proud of it because we did something at a time where nobody was thinking about doing that. And it became the graffiti anthem. Now we got writers. And I'm glad me and Tame did what we did. I'm glad we made the decision to make a record about graffiti, even if we knew it wasn't the record that Big B was looking for when it comes to selling records, but it actually was. And in disguise at that, because we had the album listening party. All the magazines was there. Everybody from the label was there. People that worked there that didn't never even meet me and Tame, but know the record existed. And when it got the wrong side, people was like, yo, did you rewind that? 8 times they rewinded that song.
That's crazy.
And somebody at the label got my whisper to my ear like, I guess we know what this thing was going to be. I'm like, yeah. You think? You think? Yeah.
So in 97, you guys released the album, That's Them. What was the mindset for making the sophomore album?
Not to do the first one again, because we couldn't. Like, we knew we wasn't topping that. But what we did want to do was a different record than what the first one was. And that meant sonically, hip-hop was moving in a whole different direction. We talking about 2 years removed from Between the Rock and a Hard Place. So
3
the music
years,
got
right?
changed.
Oh, I guess when you guys are working on it.
1996,
yeah.
The second one came out. So like a lot changed between that time. So you think about people using equipment. Sean J. Period was the answer we was looking for, and he made that happen in a way where he used to come to the studio with T-Ray, and T-Ray would teach him stuff, here and there. Not protege type shit, but like he was showing him the ropes. Because, Sean was an MC at the time, too. And he was in the group down south. So once Sean kept coming to the studio, and then he was like, yo, can I play y'all something? We said, okay. And I knew Sean didn't, not say sample a lot and stuff like that, but I found out then. But like he played the tape, we was like, damn, like that day, like 2 dope beats, where your skills at, and maybe something else. But every time he would come to the studio, every tape, he would probably have 10 beats on him. He would make say 2, all the even numbers would be the dope one. But like 3 wouldn't be dope. It would be dope, but not better than 2. 3 would be nice, but 4 would come on and be like, damn. But like, well, how come it's only 2, 4, 6, 8? Because them the ones y'all gravitated toward when I played the first thing. So I said, what? That's your method? Y'all picked number 2, and then y'all picked number 4 and 6. So he made sure when he put them on the tape, 1 would be dope, but then the second would be crazy fire. I'm gonna see what they say about that one. And he was doing that on purpose, and that's pretty much, we picked all his beats like that, and the difference in doing the first record, me and Tame got smarter, where the label hated that we wrote in the studio. Like he lived in a different area than me, so I couldn't always meet up with him, and I was working. So when we get to the studio, and Reef said that, y'all can't be writing man shit. We made all them joints in the studio, written down, and they came out like that. Second album, though, with Sean, we recorded all his songs in less than 2 weeks.
Wow.
And because we was in one studio. And Platinum Island was the name of the studio, and it was comfortable in there. And we went in there with just knocking the joints out, bang, bang, bang. So, that was the best part about that. And we saved money. We spent a lot of money mixing on the first album. So, second album, we was like in and out, bang, bang. And we had a good engineer, and he wound up mixing the album with Sean. A lot of his songs that he did, and that worked out the best.
Yeah, and then Sean produced the song "Break It Down," which was ode to your first song.
And like everything on the second album became to be a big payback for me and Tank.
Right.
Because we gave up a lot to be Artifacts. We was like, okay, because of that, we're naming the second album That's Them. And they was like, okay, I bet. So, but that means we had to make the song really, really dope because they was taking us back to the beginning. So the first thing we did, we heard that song, and I said, that might as well be the new Break It Down right there. And now we got Kaos now. He put the cuts on there, real nice. To me, that's one of my favorite songs on the record just because of what it stood for, especially now. But like, that was the most fun song. I mean, all those songs was fun because me and Tame knew we were breaking ground in a new medium and trying different stuff. I would say we was a little ahead of ourselves because when you think about Rocket Sound, they not sort out, but Sean working with us wound up doing not our sound. Wound up doing what we were doing with them. So with Body Rock, and I told Sean from these records that he was doing with us, a lot of people were going to search him out. So after he worked with us, he worked with Helter Skelter and all the boot camp and everybody. So we knew what he did with us was special and still special to this day. When I listen to that record, I always listen to it with a grain of like, what if? And that's because we broke up after we, made the record.
So the album featured production from my bro, VIC. Shout out to Vic, man.
Yes, sir.
Yo, he produced. Yeah. This Is the Way and The Interview. He said he never asked you guys what was the reason why you guys picked those 2 beats, because he was surprised that you chose those 2 beats.
Really?
Yeah. I just spoke to him today. He told me that.
But the Interview, though, and we recorded his songs in Jersey, in Fort Lee. He had a dude that had a studio over there. I don't know how he is right now, but he was cool. We picked that interview, and mind you, Vic did the what joint on the flip side of Brick City Kids. So that song was supposed to go on the album.
Right.
The what song. And yo, Vic tried to he tried to convince us that having this girl sing on the song was gonna help us. We did the song, we loved it, but then we was like, yeah, we can't put that out. Like after the first album, all that hip hop stuff on it, and they come with a new song with singing on it. And then when he played the interview and when he played This Is the Way, he was like, all right, those right there. Because This Is the Way, that's your heart. That's a hard ass beat. In some sessions, I think also Vic told me, I remember one session we had, he said, yo, you remind me of Passion a little bit. But when we did the songs, he didn't say that after we did the songs. Especially after we did This Is the Way. And Passion, my man. Right. But I think he probably saw some similarities in us. But then after we did This Is the Way, and that was, that song we did with him that same night when we recorded the song, and you see how he got the Run DMC cut in the song. And this is the way, swear to God, Kaos is cutting this damn record. And he did a couple of passes and he had to do it again. Run DMC walked in the studio. I don't know how magical that was, but we heard somebody was knocking on the door, and then from where we were sitting, the door opened inward. So where I was sitting at and where Tay was sitting at, the door opened up. You couldn't see because it was blocking the doorway. And when he came in, was like, yo, y'all mind if I come in? I was like, I damn near choked. I was like, Jay, that's running. I was like,
because he was one of your early influences too.
Mostly Tay,
right?
Yes. And we pretty much wrapped ourselves around that template of Run DMC. So Tame saw him and was like speechless. He's like, yo, y'all mind if we come in? Nigga went and grabbed a chair. We just slid that shit out there. Yeah. Sit down right there. I was like, Kaos, go. And you better do it dope because the king is here. So get it right. Kaos was like, oh shit. And he did the cuts right there, the whole song. While Run was sitting there, all the cuts Kaos did right there live in front of him. And when we were done, and this is the way we rock. What the hell? He looked at Kaos, he looked at me, he looked at Tame. Shit, all right, I'm good now. Salute. I'm out to go. That was dope. Get Kaos the pound. And when he walked out, we like, did that shit just happen?
Wow.
That was so on cue, man. Never. Like, I wish I had a video camera and pictures for that shit. That he really walked in the door. And when he walked in, he said, I heard y'all ain't cut my record. Who said that? We said they bought it. And we like, oh, shit. Like, wow. Great.
So Vic wanted to know who made the decision ultimately to not include what on the album.
We both did.
Oh, okay. Because he didn't know if it was the A&R or what.
Nah, it was because of us. I think that we wasn't comfortable with the singing, and he knew that. When you talked, I don't know. He talking to you now?
No. I texted him earlier today.
Okay, well tonight, text him and tell him I said he remembers clearly that we was bugging about the thing. Like, when he played it for us, like, 'cause he took the song home and then got homegirl to do the. And I think she eventually came to the studio. If I remember, she did them either there or she just came. And when they were done, we were in front of her. We like, this shit funny. We was like, it's dope. But when we wasn't around her, we was like, nah, yo, we can't do that. We cannot put those singing on the artifact records, not right now. It wouldn't have been a good look. But I will say, on Vic's defense, when the shit came out on that record, and he put that record on there with that Brick City Kid, I ain't gonna lie. I wish we did put that record on there. Because everybody came to me. Like, what's this? What? I was like, what? Like, yeah, nigga, what? Why wasn't this on the album? I was like, we wasn't ready for that singing, man. We wasn't ready for that.
He told me he felt that it would have helped you guys a lot to have that song on the album.
And we hard-headed hip-hop, graffiti dude, B-boy. We was hard-headed back then. and was not trying to hear it. We was like, no, no, no. Like it was like the budget on Bugs Bunny. No, 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 no. We was like, no, no. Just being hard-headed.
So the album, a lot of people feel was slept on. Why do you think that
Yeah.
is?
Because it wasn't the first one. It didn't sound like the first one. It was new producers. John Jay was playing live. But it was received well. So you would just have to say, like, between the rock and the hard place was a 5. We got, what, 4.5 mics in the source? 4 mics? We almost had a classic. So the second one was like 3.5.
Got you. Okay.
Because, and this is what the people say, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think they was ready. Years later, it was like a movie. It was like The Thing. I love the movie The Thing with Kurt Russell. When it came out in the movie theater, everybody was like, eh. But when that shit came out on videotape, and everybody got to see the dog face split up, and they kept rewinding, and the effects were so good, people was like, oh man, we slept on this movie. It's crazy. Because you got to sit home and listen to it and watch it in your own comfortability. And also, with being Tame, the industry had changed from the first album to a point where it was now about money, and the music was different, the vibe was different, and we was going into this Big Willie stage. So, and just like a lot of other artists like us, the majors dropped a lot of the independent record labels that they were putting out. So, because they wasn't feeling like that we were all not selling records enough.
Right.
So then you had the next batch of artists that came through was the Willie shit, with the money and the girls and, you know, the party.
So you guys ultimately like changed the name to Brick City Kids for the release of on the Ghetto Professional days, right? Gold Professional, was it?
Right. Yeah, Ghetto Professional.
Yeah.
Ghetto Gold.
Ghetto Gold, sorry, Ghetto Gold. And it was because at the time Atlantic owned the name Artifacts. And
look, we already knew. We didn't even want them to know we even made that record. So we was like probably one of the first groups to be signed to a major, and that was Ruckus Records' first record they released.
Right.
Ever. Wasn't nothing sound bombing, none of that. No quality, most def. It was Artifacts under Brick City Kids, and that's why the label, Reef knew we did it, but Reef also knew eventually we was going to be gone after a while too.
Got you. Yeah, and in the song Brick City Kids, Juju and Vic produced that. That was the Ghetto Professional days with Juju, Vic, Mike Heron, everything.
Yeah.
Classic times, man.
I remember that day we agreed to do the song, the day they paid us that money. we was in front of fucking Platinum Island Records, Platinum Island Studio. We had a session that day, and guess what happened? So we standing out there on the street, and all of a sudden I see this burgundy 4Runner go past, and I was like, oh shit, I think I know who that is. Juju and them ain't know nothing. Buster pulled up and pulled back, because he saw me standing out there. He jumps out the truck. What the fuck all y'all niggas doing? He's like, oh shit, that shit. He's like, oh, come here. So he go pull me to the side, and just like the song, I burn you when I smoke in the challenge with Elder Sensei. Everybody wondered where that came from. Every time I was in New York, Buster would call me. Like, where you at? I'm in the studio. I said, yo, how long y'all gonna be there? I'm like, why? I know you got weed. Like, yeah, I did. Every time I would go to the studio, I'd go uptown first and then come back downtown to Manhattan and pick everything up and then stay there. So this day, he saw me standing out there with Juju and them. He said, peace to Juju, all of them. I had just bought an ounce. I just went uptown and got some bud. He saw it and was like, oh shit, you got a lot of bud. Yeah, but not. He tried to stick his hand in my bag and taking it. I'm like, yo, hold tight. You know how back in the day, I'm squeezing the top of the bag, so only the weed that was right there. He couldn't get his hand past that. He couldn't go past that. So I was like, yo, here, take this, and you good. And then he was like, yo, what y'all niggas doing for real? What y'all doing for real though? I was like, why do you want to know? He's like, yo, what y'all niggas doing? Yo, we're about to go upstairs and make this record with them. But, we just doing some business. So he's like, all right. And then we actually recorded the song at Juju's crib in Queens. So that was, and shout out to my man Skull Fonts. I wrote the hook for him. So my man that's on that record, his name is Skelly. He said I wrote the hook for him to say on that song.
Now, before the release of the album, DJ Kaos joins the Artifacts, right? At this time. Mm-hmm. And you guys decided to put him on after seeing him at Military Park in Newark. He was on stage with the group Champ, right?
Yeah, my man Champ and Champ MC. But Chaos, we met him in like 89. So I always knew he DJ'd for them. When Roc Raida went and did the DMC battle, and me and Tame was in Texas, and I was talking to Tame about it, and I was like, we gotta get another DJ because Raida about to be gone. And then Raida was doing the execution and stuff, so we really had to get somebody else. And we remember Chaos. Because Chaos was my, like I said, we befriended him that day. I used to call him while we was making the first album. I was notorious for playing songs on people's answer machine, like answer machine, come on, and I'll leave a whole song on the message. So that's how Chaos made the song. Well, I'll be at work and I play it to him over the phone. So he knew what me and Tame was doing. And once when we was in Texas, we called him, like, yo, what you doing? He's like, nothing. No, what you doing, Chaos? Nothing. Like, no, I'm saying, like, are you still DJing for Champ and them? Oh, no more. I was like, well, guess what? You are DJ. And we didn't hire him just to be a hired DJ either. We put him in the cover of the artwork and everything, We really took that seriously, when being from, like, Run DMC bands, it was about 3. So we made sure Chaos was in the artwork, and we let people see that he was our DJ, and he wasn't just a DJ for hire.
But like, you guys really got blown away when you saw him cutting up Gangstar Manifest, right, on stage?
Yeah, like, so, when you see all these trick DJs, and, Steve D back in the day was the first one we seen doing juggling, and Clark Kent and all that, to see Chaos doing that in the park. And we was just humbly, me and Tame walking past. This was like Saturday afternoon, and they usually have these things, but we didn't know they were having it. So when we walked over to them, and before we even said anything to them, they was rhyming, and he instantly got on the turntables, and he cutting that damn Manifest record. And I was just like, oh, me and Tame looked at each other like, oh, shit. See, this is the thing where the attraction, when you don't think somebody else in Jersey pays attention to DJ tapes and DMC battle tapes. This is how Chaos learned how to do what he was doing. So when we saw him doing that, we was like, oh, shit, he doing what Raida did. We was like, okay, all right, we're going to keep him in. We kept him around. So much so that we put him in the group. And that was hard to replace even when he died.
Right. Okay, so Raider is actually the one that auditioned him for the second album.
Yeah. Yes, he did.
And it was at a place called Pipeline where you guys did a showcase every Wednesday, and you guys get in the van. So what happens?
Shit, Raider grilled Chaos. Like, and I knew that Raider was Chaos heroes. All of them. Rob Swift, the whole team. So, like, he said, yo, if you're going to take my place, I got to hear what you sound like. And he got there early. So this was like before the party started. We steamed out in the van. We smoked Mad L's listening to the album. All the cuts he was doing. Raider was look. Every time the cuts came on, he was looking at Chaos like, looking him up and down. Hey, yo, Chaos was so scared. But every song he was the kid, I was okay, well, they nice. And when he got to that This Is the Way with the Run DMC joint, that's when Raider was like, he stopped the tape on that one. He was like, yo, you know what, L? You know what, yo? I think I heard enough. I'm going to listen to the rest of it, though. But, yo, you good, bro. He said, he said, yo, you know what? He said, yo, I say put him in the group, too. And he said, I like him. Saying Chaos was like so relieved because he was hoping that he wasn't going to say some bad shit. But all of them cuts Raider was happy about because he said, shit, these just almost just as good as mine on the first album. So that meant a lot to Chaos, and we set it up like that because we knew how he felt about them. So that was a good thing.
That's the ultimate compliment that he could have received that day.
Yes.
That's crazy. All right, so you guys also knew Just Blaze like before he became the sought after producer with so many classics, right? You and Tame were the first two signed artists to ever rhyme on his beats. What, during the Pipeline nightclub times?
Yep. He would come some days. We would only do it on Wednesday, so whenever he came, we knew he was different, and plus we knew where he was coming from. He would come up from Patterson, and again, Patterson got roots. So here comes Just. He was young. He was younger than us. So he would come in there at his flat top. My man came in there with a lot of flair, a lot of heat, and he knew who we all were. You know what I'm saying? So he was impressing us. And then he played his beats and shit. And then I remember the first time me and Tame rhymed on him shit. We were like, "What is this guy?" And them beats was hard back then. He had talent back then too.
What was it like to see him like excel in the industry and become like that number one producer at a period of time?
Like, obviously, I didn't actually know how deep he was in with that and until I heard about him being at the cut room in New York. And every session, I heard he would play beats for people before they would leave. And that's when I heard about him being in there. And I didn't know he was into production like that. And I didn't, I thought he was still DJing. So, but shit, yeah, like, I think a lot of times people forget he from Patterson because he's working with Jay-Z and all of them and Jay Electronic. And, I'm happy to see, and just a low head just like me. So he already know what's going on with that. And to see him be like that, I'm glad to know I know somebody like him. Because I also knew that if it was ever a time we ever going to do some work, we could talk like to each other.
Yeah, so why did you guys never really work together like that?
Yeah, like when you got somebody working with Jay-Z,
y'all budget
we ain't
in the same
big,
stratosphere.
Right. I get that. It's no disrespect either. I get it.
Right. No, that's dope that you understand that, because like I think a lot of people would feel a type of way. They'd be like, "We was the one that was rhyming on your beat before you made it,"
like,
you know.
We wasn't. We just gave him a platform. You know what I'm saying? Like, so for him to go from Pipeline to that shit, man, well, like, you can congratulate that man. Like, yo, man, I'm glad you got in them spaces to even be like that. So that was the most. Like, I always say, be happy for everybody, because when it's your turn, you want the same treatment.
Right. And I noticed that with you, man, is that like you really are genuinely happy for people, and I think that it makes people look better when they are that way.
Yeah, because like everybody right now could be angry as hell at just the music in general. You know what I'm saying? But like through the years, you see everybody get this shot. I call it everybody get a chance to drive the car. Because we all know somebody that got a dope ass whip and you driving in the shotgun all the time. And because you're probably never going to get this car ever in your life, your man might look at you and say, you know what? You want to see what it feels like to drive? Here, you can drive. He might let you drive all the time because he know you ain't going to crash that shit. And you take pride in it. So, I feel like that about everybody. Like everybody should deserve a chance to drive the fly car, even if it's your man's car. But you work hard enough, and man, you are trusted. You're not an asshole, and most importantly, when you're not an asshole, like yo, you can easily be an asshole in this rap shit, like real easy. It's not hard to do. You can sometimes even be like that, and you not knowing that you're doing that. And about certain people, but like I've seen a lot of people come. I've seen a lot of people go. I've seen a lot of people make money. I've seen a lot of people go broke. Consistency is the key. And key to everything. Longevity, really, but all of that is, like I tell people, just make hot records. You could be the nicest, MC ever. how many nice dudes I know don't get no chance because they not, always the nice ones is the hardest for us because everybody, like, either going over people's heads or they just like, yo, I can't even, listen to it. But then when I see people that's successful at it, Skazoo, even a lot of these new cats, but my favorites are still Mons, still Ace, still Craig G, still people that's active right now.
Right.
And there's a lot of people that's not as active. And those are the ones that need their handheld still because they don't want to jump out and go into the deep end of the pool and see what it's like to be like on your own.
Can you talk about the time that you and Tame did a McDonald's commercial in the Netherlands?
Work. And it's funny, I just was with my man, Darius Dante. That's his name. My man in Amsterdam, and I went to his job. Trust me, he gave me a whole tour. I just saw the whole everything when I went to Amsterdam this past trip. Darius is pretty much what Jamie Foxx is to Jingles 2000.
Oh man, I love that show. That show.
So you know where I'm going right now. Like, remember when Jamie Foxx he worked at Jingles 2000 and stepped it up. So here, this man is making commercials he just showed me a commercial he did with Ice-T. And they produce commercials like that. So the McDonald's commercial, and the way the relationship happened was my man had did a remix of Artifacts. He wanted me to hear it. It was dope. And, a lot of times you could be cruel to people if it ain't what you expect. But when he played it to me, I was like, okay, this is dope. And we kept in contact. One day he hit me up again. I'm thinking he got something else for me. And he said, yo, you want to do a remix, a song with me? It's for a McDonald's campaign. I was like, what? McDonald's? Yeah. I go and tell him, what's going on? So he told me what's going on. So, like, it was a campaign they did in Amsterdam. It was for a breakfast sandwich called, what was it? A Bagel Supreme.
It's like a New York style bagel, right?
Yeah, it was New York bagel. It's like the McDonald's steak and cheese bagel they got now, but it was over there.
Wow.
So they made this, and the campaign, they had graffiti writers from New York come to Amsterdam, and on the highway, they got the big-ass signs where, like, I'm up high. And dudes went up there and painted numerous ones on the highway. All McDonald's ad stuff and everything. And we did the music. Everybody watch it. You can go on YouTube. I'm going to give you the link whenever I'm going to pass it to you so if you ever want to post it up. But you go on there and put in McDonald's Artifacts. The female that sung the song, her name is Denise Weeks. And she was on The Voice. She almost won in her season she was in. Actually, she's a subway singer. So she be down in New York subway singing and making money and stuff. So we did the song with her. The video crazy. It's not about McDonald's totally, but we do say stuff about McDonald's. It's not promoting the sandwich. We ain't say Bagel Supreme, nothing like that. But the commercial, and they came out. We went to Amsterdam. We was on tour. Me, Tame and Kaos. We went on tour. And when we got there, we stayed in the hotel. I swear to God, got in the hotel and dropped our bags. I turned on the TV. This damn commercial came on TV. On cue, bro. We get in the room, drop bag, turn the TV on, and like maybe the third commercial that came on. And I heard the song. I was like, James. We came in the living room. I'm like, look at this shit. And it came on. We taped it. And when it went off, I was like, get the fuck out. Yo, look, we went to every McDonald's. We actually did get some free. We had to show the people. We had to show the people that it was us. So they gave us some food for free, and they were surprised that it was us. But like, I was like, for that to happen when we get there, land, get in the hotel, and then that happened, like, that was God. But like, it was also one of the, better things me and Tame did in our career. And people saw the commercial. We got out there, people were like, yo, was that y'all in the commercial? Like, this thing came on, is that you talking? And what I say, always open for good times. They're like, is that you? I'm like, yeah. Like, so, you know, this is always things that I told Tame we should get into, but I didn't know that was rap. So that was like some chance by chance.
Wow. So did you guys make a good amount of money from doing that?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. I ain't even gonna front.
Better have. I'm glad to hear that, man. Shit.
Hey, I ain't even gonna front. Yeah, it did good for us. It put us in a good position at the time. You know, and the guy that made it, me and him still friends. Actually, I still do work with Darius. We did it when Trump first got elected the first time. I made a song, and he told me, "Oh, you know why that song ain't going nowhere? They were banning the shit out of it online." I was like, "Really?" He said, "You said so much in that song, but I wasn't crazy with it, but I said enough." It was just like that was. I never made a song like that before, but they was really trying to keep that shit off of the internet.
What song is it called?
It's called Mr. Fuck Humanity.
Okay, so then like you're saying that
it's on YouTube.
Oh, okay. So you were going at Trump. That's why people were trying.
If you see this video, everything that happened in his first term, I spoke about, and everything, in 2 verses. So when you hear it, you understand why they was like, no, we're not putting this up.
Do you consider
he told me Spotify wouldn't put it up, none of that shit, iTunes, nothing.
Wow.
They kept banning them.
Do you consider yourself to be very political?
Nope.
But something called to you to do this.
Yeah, because he asked me, and it was like I felt it was the right time for it, and I knew it wasn't gonna get heard though. I knew that, but I'm glad I did it. But for me to not make songs like I'm the guy that how can I say? You know how like you see everything in the house, but you won't see everything outside, like Debo mentality. I'll be in the house, say everything I need to say. On the internet though, no way. Like I don't want to have no opinion. I don't want to have no way somebody can come at me because like it can easily happen.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've had it happen to me just speaking my frustrations about just being an artist. And I used to be on Twitter, and they be like, "Speak your piece, dog," and then I see how easy they can just take you down the rabbit hole, and I caught myself. I do not have to weigh out my grievances on here for everybody to see. We all know what it is about hip hop anyway, so I stopped doing that, and I just posted content, and everything I ever post, whether it's the merch, going on stage, like I just want to post things that's gonna make people feel good and see the inside work and how it go. But I don't want to have no opinions on nothing that make people be mad at me or want to ban me. And no, I'm good.
There needs to be a statute of limitations on tweets, man. You can't be like people going back 10 years. Oh, he tweeted this in 2015, 10 years ago, and now we're canceling him now.
All they're going to say was like, you meant it then like you mean it now. But you're going to say, look, my views today don't reflect on what I was as a teenager. But see, I wasn't a teen. I was in my 40s and 30s. But all you're going to get on there is me, just like I said, me venting.
Right.
With words. Like, why is the game like? And then I was like, you know what? I see all the other people doing that. Let them do that. I'm going to just concentrate and just make music. That's when I stopped.
But, you know, I think that's kind of what the problem is with social media, is that there used to be a mystique about artists, right? Where like you knew your artists based off of the music they made, like
and that's all you needed to know.
Not, or maybe like some of the small interviews in the magazines and stuff, but like people weren't really showing you so much of who they are. And now you can like totally totally change how you feel about a person. Like, dang, I thought this guy was cool, but I see now the way he really conducts himself. He's a clown or something, you know, like.
Yes. And then once you do that, and people, you know, like you said, but then when you try to have a mystique, everybody like, oh, you hiding stuff. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm like, bro, I ain't gonna let you know how many dogs and cats I got. or how many times a day I watch anime and all this shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Once you start doing that, it's like, yo, it's shit that I don't even need y'all to know about.
Right.
Like, how about, like, we have some 10-foot pole distance, and just like I don't know anything about y'all as fans, y'all don't need to know. And this is the etiquette people need to learn. I tell all my friends, like, if you want to have a personal page and then you have your business page, because you can't have, you know, I can't be Elder Sensei and then I got pictures of my kids at some food, be going out, and then back in the studio. Now I'm not understanding, go here, eat lunch. And I'm like, so have all that personal shit for your regular day, regular self. And then when you turn into Batman, put your cape on, you go over here to this page, and that's all about all your everything that got to do with business. So you ain't messing up business by dog and cat picture and mom, grandma, and now people are like, yo, I don't want to see all that. I don't care. People do not care. People do not care about our personal shit. They only care when the album coming out, video, and the question you asking me today. That's all they care about.
Well, some people care about it, but I get what you're saying from an overall, most of
That's
the time.
all they should care about. Like, they shouldn't care about what I cook at night and like, oh, where are you eating spaghetti too? Like, yeah.
Yeah, man, definitely. All right, so what ends up happening after the album, or is it during the album that leads you guys to have a split?
After the album is out, and you know, you're working with a label that don't act like they know what to do with you, and when you're fighting against the machine so much, you get tired, and especially when you're not making the money you feel like you're supposed to be making. Yeah, and it's not like being at a job, you're not punching the clock, you're not guaranteed nothing. So that's when we just was like, all right, you know, we didn't break up totally. We just gradually went our separate ways and started doing our own music, which to me is a gift and a curse because we eventually got back together in 2008 from the fact of all our friends in New Jersey in this park saw me about to get on stage without Tame. And all our friends were like, yo, I got to stop this. And Do It All is one of the people responsible for that. And I love him to death. And I always commend him for doing what he did that day. And all he did was bring Newark and me and Tame back together. We shook hands that day in that park, that whole good park. He roughed it. And right on cue, Kaos just threw on the music. And we was right back to 94 doing all of these songs again. And 2008, we was back. I like that fact. Right.
So there was no beef at any time.
It was just in certain interviews, Tame spoke on what his frustration was, and he was going through things. You know, I think I could say without worrying about nothing. You know, if you listen to Tame's music as a solo artist, or even with me and him together, and I think about the interview song where he say, "Rolling Dutchie with Dust," and you know, people would hear that, and when he got by himself, he did the record with Cage, Leak Brothers. You know, people make their own assumptions of things. And I think when we were separated, me and Tame had our own thing going on. So he was going through his personal things. And I mean, even when, you know, I didn't live with him. So I didn't say I knew everything that he was mad about. But when we did get back together, I told him, like, whatever you felt like I was responsible for that made us break up, I apologize. Because it's bigger to say that than to go back and forth between ourselves and say, well, you did this and you did that, whatever. All that did was cause us to be alone for 10 years. Both of us. But in them 10 years, we were able to find ourselves and have successful solo careers.
Did you guys talk at all during those 10 years?
No. Nope.
Wow.
Nope. And this is the ill thing about that was all our friends was still the same people that got us together. Separately, we friends with them. They, not saying they had to choose, but some people chose. And, not, but us not talking didn't lead to nothing from that. It just led us to, like I said, we just drifted apart. And I would just know he was doing stuff. He knew I was doing stuff. But when we was making records, that's what made it quiet. We were both pacified because we were doing things that we felt we needed to do, being just artists and making records and taking care of yourself. In that, again, I say that I hope that people got to understand who I was through my solo music and what I brought to the table. Not necessarily saying like I didn't bring anything to the table. It just shows that in our music solo wise, I was still trying to do music in a way of what I know to be like an artifact music. So I was just doing what I was doing alone on my own, what I would bring into the group. So I still wanted to have that in the music, because that's what people knew us for. So if people know artifact music, when you got Elder Sensei music, you're going to get the same grade, high grade, as if I was still in the group. And that's what I wanted to put out there to the people. When you hear my music, it's not going to be too far away from what we built. And then Tame's music is a lot different than mine. He experimented a lot with a lot of different stuff. And that was good for him because that was what he wanted to get to the world. And same as I did, but this is me without L. This is me without Tame. Those 10 years was long to not talk to somebody. And we got a song. We got a song with my man, Foul Mouth Jerk. Foul Mouth Jerk, y'all. Foul, Foul Mouth Jerk. On YouTube. Put it back up on the scene. Me and Tame with Foul Mouth Jerk and my man Topper painting walls are dressed in tuxedo. Tame got an orange tuxedo on like a casino. I got on a tux I'm looking like I'm selling bean pies.
Bean pies.
Me and Tame did that song in 2005. Foul Mouth Jerk was able to get us in the studio to do that. And that was the first song me and Tame made in years. And we shot it. We went to Asheville, North Carolina, and shot a video. Nobody really knew me and Tame was back together like that. But we did that one thing and then didn't talk after that. And then we did the part. So Foul Mouth was the only one that was able to get us in the studio. And we knocked that song out. I'm telling y'all, Artifacts, Foul Mouth Jerk, back up on the scene. Y'all gonna love that video.
So if there was no beef, then there was just like frustrations from the label situation that happened to bleed over, basically.
Yeah.
And it was kind of like, I know sometimes when you're going through something tough, you got to have who's responsible for this. I got to have a reason to point to like what went wrong, right? And it's just not always like life is just how it is. Sometimes things just happen.
Yeah, and the only thing that I got to tell people all the time, we got tired. And we were trying to keep up with this label that wasn't keeping up with us. And I remember the dude at the label told me, whatever y'all doing right now, this was when Dynamite Soul was out. He said, whatever y'all doing right now, it's because y'all on tour. And because y'all pushing this record as far as y'all can take it. And I learned a lot in that. And me and Tame both did. And I'm looking at my battery. I don't have my charger. But I would say me and Tame learned a lot from that, where we kept everything internal. And actually, even so much so when we made the third album, No Expiration Date, Tame heard the record before he died. And he was so happy with it. He was like, you did your thing on this record. I said, no, we both wanted record from me. He's like, no. He said, let me say this to you. you fucking did your thing on this record because Tame was working at the time. So he didn't hear the record while it was getting mixed until he knew I was going to the studio to mix it with Buck, Jay Palumbo. But when he heard the final results of it from where we started and what we had, and he was like, this is the fucking record, bro. He's like, man, he said, from what this shit was compared to now, he said, man, I'm just glad he got to hear it because he heard the final product, but we didn't know what he was going to pass before it came out. But I was just glad he got to hear it and approve of it and actually like it for what it was.
So when you and Tame reunited, right? Like, why was there not an album that came out like before you guys did in 2018? You guys did the, you know, the Lost Files. Like, why during that span of time there was not an album put out?
I'll tell you this: we recorded a whole lot of music, though. So we wasn't too much like say looking for a deal, but a label called Smoke On Records came along. So in the time span of us getting back together, we did a reissue of the first album with Fat Beats, and we had a yellow copy, yellow vinyl. We had a poster, a 45. That was 2013, and then we did the record with Smoke On, which was the demos of the record we made that nobody wanted to hear. And we put that out, and that was the.
You said nobody wanted to hear?
As far as the label, like I said, wanted to play demos for them, and they was like, "Nah, we good. Y'all can rap. That's all we need to know." So, okay, but we started posting the demos around on YouTube. So when the dude at the label got one of his mastering guys and mixing guys to mix the tape, this quality of music that was on there was like from a tape, you heard all the hiss on the tape and that, he got all of that out, got it good enough to put it on vinyl, and people, 500 copies went out and they gone. So I got a record called Every Day in the Street from a record I had with the Returners, the guy from Poland. I did a remix with Tame and Roc Raida, and we shot a video for that. Digga's not in the video though, but we shot a video for that. We got a song on Marco Polo, Port Authority 2, called Back to Work. We was featured on his album. We featured on the Jazz Spastics album. We got a video for that where Tame was a bear and I'm a rabbit. With the animation, it's crazy. So we did a lot of work in between doing that, and I was working on solo stuff. I did a record with Sadat X. That came out.
Before we get into that though, but yeah, like, so like, cause people are just like wondering, like, you guys get back in 2008, why the album not come out until 2022?
Yeah, we wasn't making that because when we got back together, we went right on tour.
Right.
Like and that's another thing. We was always on tour. Like even before we split up, we went right back to what we was doing already. Because people found out we was coming to Europe, so we would always go over there and get booked. So we was making money, but in between all of these songs I'm naming was coming out one by one. Until the Smoke On Records dude came with the deal, that was when we got approached to do a record, like a full album. And that was with Buck. And because he was working with Buck already too. So that put us back together from, Come On to Get Down days. And that's when we, put the record out. And even though we recorded the record, it didn't come out to 2022 after Tame died.
Right. There was 2 year, like, it was like,
from making them. So like the records in between, like I said, the Lost Files, and we actually reprinted That's Them album and put that out with Smoke On. We only made 500 copies of those. And this was before, right now, we would get a big ass cease and desist letter if we try to do that now. Like Fat Beats found out, they did an orange copy of the vinyl, and Warner Brothers sent them that letter. He's like, yo, I thought you said it was good. I mean, no, 2013, it was good. He found out though.
Damn. Yeah. So then, like, you guys do the album No Expiration Date with Buck Wild, right? I understand that there were difficulties leading up to it being released, that it was like stuck in limbo for like 2 years or something like that. So what was holding it up?
Making it. We had to get it mixed. My man Jay Palumbo came to the rescue, and he mixed the whole album for us.
Shout out to Jake. But he said though that it was done and submitted like way long before it came out.
Nah, we submitted. We agreed to doing it in 2018, 2019.
Oh, got you. Okay.
And like I said, this is why those two other records came out before no expiration date, because we were still making it. And then we had, in between making it, we was on tour, and then Tame was working. So once we got it mixed, we had to wait a while for the guy at the label to put it in through the DSPs, and then we had to wait for the vinyl. That was the wait, because one of the vinyl pressers, the factory burned down.
Wow.
So we had to get another factory, which was in Amsterdam, and we started working with them. So then the Corona happened.
Shit, yeah.
That pushed it back too. That shit was on a freight for weeks and months before they let it, go to him. So a lot of stuff happened with that record, but when it did finally come out, though, Tame had already was gone, and we had to push it that way.
Even though Kaos wasn't alive to see the album get released, he was there during the making of it and would give his input on things like get somebody else to do this hook. All you guys can't be on the hook. What made can you talk a little bit more about that? Like how he helped with the process?
Yeah, Kaos was no bones. He would tell me straight up, and I trusted his ear as a DJ, not just being my DJ, because Kaos, I'm going to tell you right now, he was not a yes DJ. He would not play everything I would do. Kaos was the guy I would play, yo, hear this, I want you to hear something. I would play it for him, and he'd give me no reaction. All right, what's the next one? Give me the next one. And then until he stopped doing that, and I knew that's when he would like something. So, but he was real picky with his. He would play me other stuff from other people. And I knew that was the way of him saying, oh, you got to be like this. Not even say be like that, but, you got to be in this direction. So he would come in the basement when we were recording a lot of this. And when Tame wasn't there, he'd be like, yo, you can't do all this. You can't, because he knew Tame wasn't there all the time. He said, get Joker to do a hook. Do some scratches. But then I'm looking at Kaos, and he couldn't do the scratches like he wanted to. So I got my man DJ Hutch from Memphis, Tennessee. Hutch has been doing a lot of cuts for me. Me and Sadat's record, even me and Tame's new record, he did cuts. So he no one will ever replace Kaos. But Hutch knew Kaos too. And he knew his taste and DJing, and Kaos approved of him doing cuts on the record as well, even if he couldn't do them, because he was our friend. So in the creative process, Kaos was always the one that would just come out of nowhere, like, nah, that ain't it. And when he was saying, we wouldn't be shocked, because I knew he meant what he said, and we trusted him and his opinion, because we knew what he wanted out of us.
Sure, man. When it comes to that album, how do you feel with the finished product? Were you satisfied with that?
Very, very much so. And just speak on it right now, I've just completed a remix album of No Expiration Date. Oh. And it's going to sound totally different from what you hear now. K-Def gave me a remix. I got a lot of remixes from people that people don't know, and the records are hot. My man Kick Beats, he did a whole album with Master Ace, The Fallen Season. So he did a remix. My man Doom the Wiz did a remix. I got my man Yamin. My boy, and these guys are just my friends. These are guys that don't get the opportunity to do records, but they fucking got beats. So a DJ friend of mine in Atlanta, Rock Most, he made records in the past, but I'm like, yo, give me something for this. He gave me 3 different ones, and he gave me the one I took. He said, yo, I didn't think you would pick that one. I said, nah, bro, that one is the Artifact sound. He didn't understand what he did. So I took that one from him, and, 10 songs. My man Theory has it. He got the joint, and we actually put the video out for that. And yeah, this I was happy with it, but I felt like because of the label situation, it wasn't heard like it was supposed to. Wasn't presented right.
What made you guys release it through a German company with Smoke On Records?
Because he was the one that had the money, and he let us do it. He pretty much let us do what we wanted. So that's why I was happy with the outcome, especially with Buck and being in the studio with him again. And Jake did his thing, mixing the record, just like I wanted him to do. But like I said, like, you can present something, but you got to do it all the way through. And it wasn't like that with him. I won't talk about nobody on here, but I will say, like I said, you learn everything one time. You only need one time. So I'm at the point right now that rather than letting somebody else do something like that again, I'll spend my own money and press that shit up myself. And I feel a lot better.
On the song The Way I Feel, you rap, what you call heat, we call trash. How do you feel about the over commercialization of hip hop, the oversaturation and lack of gatekeeping because of the internet, and how that has impacted the music and culture?
When I said that, I said it in a way to let people know, like, again, and it's funny because I've heard Redman say a line in that Red Bull cypher they had. He said, y'all heroes, Lil Wayne, mine's Lil Billy Dance and Lil Bang. So we all feel like that because, of course, it's not the same. My thing is what's not the same, and it's not just, this is everybody. The kids will never understand what we went through to make these records with the equipment, the timing, samples, everything. So there's no care being put in, like, fuck gatekeeping. Because even the gatekeepers' music is a little crazy. You know what I mean? Like, when you talk about the care put into doing these records, we cared about what the fuck we was writing about. We cared about the style we was doing. We cared about how we looked while we was doing it. And today is not like that. You have people from this era today that's making records that don't know how to make those records no more. Because they chasing this to do what's today. When these people really just want you to be regular. Give me what I used to have. Even if it's an older person saying that. But to the youth, we crying to them all the time about how it's not fair, y'all this, y'all that. We're not giving them a bridge to come over gap wise for them to even explain to them, for them to explain to us what they want from us. A lot of people just want to be taught. We make all these documentaries, we make all these historical 50-year hip hop, 51, 52. But yearly, there's no care into this past year was 1 year, I can say, because of Nas, we have flashes of what it used to be like when we would wait for people's records to drop. The anticipation of it, the curiosity of not knowing what it's going to sound like until you sit in your car and put it in your whip or in your house, now your headphones. So people are not taking that into consideration of the listener. And the listeners feel cheated when they get 7 songs, and it's supposed to be an album, but it's an EP. 8 songs. We don't know EP's 8 songs over 10. Beating Us, Intoxicated Demons, right there. Perfect. It's 10 songs, but 10 hot joints. And because Care was put into making the beats, Care was into the rhymes was going to be like on the beat. Beating Us only made rhymes because they got tired of hearing people whack over their beats. So they like, oh, we going to start rhyming with them shit then. So now you're talking about, we have no worrying about sample time for music. You can put music out whenever you want to. There's no constrictions, no none of this. So now that it's that, but it still ain't easy to put it out. Nobody want to put money into the shit. And we still crying because Fat Beats only exist because they're an entity. And they're still putting out records. No different than all these digital TuneCore, was it DistroKid, fucking name it. You know, Bandcamp, do all that shit. But people don't know the care that goes. You still put the same care into these records that you did in the past, even if you're a little bitter of how you figure probably when they come out, I'm up against the machine of DSP machine here and streaming and shit. And it's like, so I already know what I'm gonna do. It's just for everybody else to figure out. And everybody gotta be more serious and dropping it. So we critiquing these records like how we did in the past. And nothing should change. Nothing should change. It's just that your attitude toward the record being made and coming out is what has to change. Because there's no big machine label that's going to protect you and push it out there like that. We got to do all this on our own. And we're in 2023. I think everybody is at a crossroads. This is why I say you don't see no more digital slap-ups of the we wrap up. Nobody's numbers is good. Especially when you ain't seeing shit from it. So, this is where we at right now.
I also think another issue, though, is kind of like you guys had that interlude, Be Original. Living up to that is very rare now, right? Like back in the day, you would get clowned if you try to bite someone's style,
right,
have a similar name or even a lyric like, yo, you stole that line from so-and-so or something like that. Like, like you just didn't want to be compared to that level. Nowadays, it's just more of like, everyone's following the trend of the similar trap beat or this cadence and this flow or
that flow. I don't want to say it. But everybody right now is boom, 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 and when they're in the production of that cadence pattern, they try to muffle it so much. You can't do it. All right, 2026, y'all. No more. Slow style is done. No, just the loops. No drums is done. They got equipment that got all the highest fidelity you can have in the sound to sound crispy and everything like that. Let's take advantage of this equipment, y'all. Make your shit sound good. Tweak your sound or whatever like that. But let's when I say care put into it, I mean just like before you unleash these projects, get somebody to mix your shit right. Get a mastering person to master your record. A lot of these records, these cats is putting out be sounding nag. For the quality. Go get you a good mix guy. That's why I tell people go see Jake Palumbo. Jake's good for it.
Shout out to Jake, man.
Make your record sound real good. Shit, I did the Solving Cases whole album with my brother Jake. That's good when the engineer is the guy that made the beat still. So, you know what he was.
Yeah. But I feel like because of social media, people have been programmed to believe, to like care more about being entertained versus like the quality, right? Because it's like now it's like meme videos of people just talking shit, instead of letting the music speak for itself. Because you hear people say like, I like this person's music, but they're not entertaining on social media. So it makes
that's
me
part of it.
not care for them as much.
Now, what you got to understand, the social media part for people today is how we made videos to make the attraction of the song be for them to like, yo, fuck that, this is my joint. I'm watching the video, I'm going to go buy it as soon as it's over. You know, and that's it's a ploy. Now everybody got their own camera, on this, on that. You don't have to wait for no video to come on. You can make a video anytime you want to. People are spoiled to a lot of this, the quick shit, quick fix.
Minute Maid, microwave.
Right. And sometimes that's what you'll get. I know guys that'll say they recorded something in an hour. I'm recording the whole album in less than a day. Nigga, that shit probably down whack. You ain't put no care into the final result.
They saying it like it's something to be proud of versus
right.
Like,
no, it's not. Man, trust me, boy. The only thing we was proud of to take pride in to say, if you went in there and did your shit in one take.
Mm-hmm. No punches.
But even that's not true today. Because when you say, even for Jay said, I think if you don't feel like writing no shit down because you that good in your head, everybody ain't that good.
Mm-mm.
And everybody think they can be Jay. Jay said it in his movie, everybody can't be the king. Sometimes you gotta be the subject, you can be the prince over here, you can be some motherfuckers and all the court jesters. So everybody but it's no one king. Because everyone be singing but the king. Am I wrong? No, there's no one best MC. There's no one, because what we give is originality. What we give is to be yourself. What we give is our own styles to say, I am me, nobody else is like me. You buy my shit because I am me. So, because if you notice, there are no more little this guy, no amigos, no all this shit that went placed back. Because eventually, all that shit you get tired of it. Shit hit a ceiling. And like, I need something else. And that something else is Kendrick. That something else is Drake. That something else is a lot of this stuff that's out right now. But a lot of our elders even have a problem buying these records today, complaining about shit. Yo, fucking go buy the record, bro, and enjoy it for what it is, not for what you want. Cats is in here working really hard on these records, and not to be made for people who feel like making this shit for me, son. Like, no, we're not, because you a band. Everybody else a band too. And I'm giving you music of me today, not you thinking what it might sound like if you rapped over this style of beat. Because, I think everybody should just be happy with a lot of these artists putting out these records today, being older, just to have the energy to go in the studio and do it now, probably to go on stage. Even to do that takes a lot. So we need to be mindful of cats in their mid-50s, late 50s, even 60s. And they were willing to go in the studio for y'all to have catalog and content.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man, for sure. But like, I feel like this is the first time we're really seeing hip hop age and grow and rappers get older. So there's going to be different things. Like no one's going to be able to make you feel like you felt when you were 13 and like this is the era that you lived in and you were going through this at the time, maybe dating this girl and remember the first time you heard this song come on, and there's a glow around that memory, that era, right, with the music. So it's like when an older artist puts out some new music, a lot of times people get that reaction, oh, it's not, it's not this though. It's cool, but it's not this.
Right, and that's what you said. They ain't just as tight as they were back in the day either. Motherfuckers walking around, knees hurting. And I'm glad you said that, because our culture, hip hop, is getting older.
Right.
And we watching our heroes get older. Whether they be G-Rap, Kane, but make me feel good when I see my heroes working, because as we all found out, you look at Rock the Bell Cruise, you look at all these shows, Wu-Tang getting the residents. This is where we're at as hip hop. 50, 51, 52, 53, 54. This is us now. We're not young. It's young kids participating. We're like, and this is the best example I can give you. I told my man, it's like Jurassic Park. The one when they made the hybrid motherfucker. Who did they bring out at the end of the movie to fight him? The OG. And then the OG still needed help. He's like, this hybrid dinosaur is crazy right now. And it took all of them to fight him. The Raptor report, and big man came out of the water, snatched that damn ass up, and brought him in there with him. It's going to take all of us to not say get hip hop back to a certain point, but like, let's appreciate it for what it is to now, because a lot of these artists that's going to come after us do not care about it like we do, even to this amount. So I want everybody to understand, in these next 5 years, before we get to 2030, a lot of these people you're seeing right now on Instagram, and me, myself, we won't be probably doing this shit too much longer at 60-something. Chuck D is an exception. Some of these guys are an exception because they're even still seeing Chuck doing radio.
Right.
He got his hands in different stuff, magazines now. So he's preparing himself, as a lot of us should, for your final calling. You know what I'm saying? When you saw them have a Quincy Jones documentary, the family knew he only got but so much time. Let's make this for him. But while we got all the time, before it switches over, everybody, be happy MC Lyte made a record. Be happy Eric Sermon made a duo album with a bunch of group cats together, because we ain't going to be doing this too much longer. For us to say what hip-hop as we remember will be different afterward.
Well, and hip-hop is one of the genres that, very few genres that has ageism, though. Like, in other genres, people celebrate the guys that are there for so long.
Guess what I say? That to me, that's old sneaker mentality. When you wear sneakers so long, you watch them so long, you can, you know what I'm saying? It's like, you know what? I gotta hang these up. Some dudes throw them over the cord on the street, or hanging up from the pole or whatever. I keep mine in the closet because I love the nostalgia of it. Because now I go to the gym, I can wear all my old sneakers because I got my new ones right there, but I still rock my old ones. So when people now I can't even say now, because I heard this in the past too. Hip hop is not a young game. And I think we all can see that today, that the youth, when you're not trained, will fail you. Anybody that's not trained will fail you. And it's something that you really live. That's why we go to movies of certain directors. We know what Steven Spielberg, James Cameron, we know we're going to get with them. So we go to the movies, we're going to see the best. And we're going to get our money's worth, whether it's Avatar, Terminator, True Lies, whatever. We follow the cats that make these classics because we know they're going to be classic. Guillermo del Toro, classical guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're going to make fucking movies that's going to have you like, oh, wow, this is crazy, but it looks beautiful. Like I said, care put into the product to make you be like, you know what? I like a lot of things Guillermo del Toro does. So if I see Frankenstein, I know this is going to be crazy. And it was. So we have to live up to the expectations of, even if we can't, we have to somehow live up to the expectations of these fans, because they are what make the shit go. If we do not appease them in some kind of ways, we will lose them. And we are not in the moment of losing right now, because it is dire times. Because we're only the elders that are producing music today. And my people that's young, like, I like Skyzoo. He's younger than me, but I love his music and got to love it even more as him and myself got older. He's my friend. So I listen to a lot of music. I listen to my elders. I listen to new people, but I know elder-wise, they're going to give me what I want. So I'm still participating with them. I'm on the road. They happy to see me on tour and still working because this is what we all know, keeping it going.
Got you, man. On August 5th, 2019, DJ Kaos passed away. Can you tell us how he passed and what was your reaction when you heard the news?
Heart failure. Somewhat like a lot of our fallen heroes, I just, we're all not young anymore, and we have to take that into consideration. We're getting older, we got to take care of ourselves, and not just Chaos, but like even Tame, heart. So everybody got to, get themselves checked out and maintain your health.
Was Kaos dealing with health issues though, like leading up to that? Like,
not so much all the time that, but he had a summer where he had some complications.
Gotcha.
And then his kidney failure, his body just basically started shutting down.
What was your immediate reaction when you got the news?
Well, Chaos lived with me, so when he was here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I came home and I found him in his room. And that's probably the first time I said that to anybody. To find him like that, I think about it sometimes, if anything, I think I feel more anger than sadness because I know what we was all doing even at the time when Chaos passed. You just try to go through days where you just, understand, but then when things go the way they go, you don't understand. And I didn't want to understand. And I was just mad, even when I asked the nurse, EMT, when she told me, just to know that he was gone, I just went outside and I punched the house next door. And I just, something I never expected, no different than Tame. And I think more or less people wonder how I'm doing in the fact of like them both being gone, go from, 2 years apart or whatever they passed. And then it's just nothing. So that to me was the hardest part to deal with. And again, a lot of side picking, as far as the friendship stuff go. Right now is better than it was 3 years ago. I'll say that. And as far as Chaos.
Before we go into Tame though, right? With Chaos though, like, I'm sorry, bro. Like that's just terrible because like that's an image that you can never rid your mind of.
Yeah, I was today without saying too much. I didn't know if he was still alive or not when I found him. So I was trying to do a few things here and there, but and then because the phones today, because I ain't got no landline, it don't go 911 straight to, I ran outside the house after I found him, and just so happened it was a cop outside. And I told him to call the ambulance. They came right away. So if not for that, I would have to wait for them to come to my phone or cell service instead of like in the house.
Are you still living in the same house?
Yes.
What is the energy inside of the house after he had passed away?
Well, of course, everything got taken out of the room. So, it just became empty. I'll say that. Like, even for me, with Chaos passing, him living here, sometimes I would come in the house from the back door and I knew he was on the couch and I would see his head while he was on the couch. And still to this day, I hope that I would, I have visions of him sitting in that living room when I come in the door. So it's still hard, because you're used to somebody being there and they're not there. So that, like, also with Lynn, for me, to have him DJ for me now, and gradually we got into that, I've known Lynn since I was 18 years old, maybe 17, 18 years old. It made sense for him to be, before Tame died, to be our DJ at the time because he was friends with Kaos. Went to high school with him. They lived around the corner from each other. So almost having Lynn is like having Kaos there. On stage, I can close my eyes and feel like it's Kaos there because they are similar in the way they DJ and style. But the comfortability for me, trust me, it wasn't easy after he died having other people DJ because it's not, they don't know. They don't know the songs. They don't know, what the cues, nothing like that. So with Lynn, when we went out with him, it was like that. I gave him Chaos hard drive. He dumped everything in there. So everything is in his laptop and it's familiar. And I don't have to turn around to look at Lynn. I got to do all this, song about to be over. Like, that is the best. Like, that's the one thing when you have somebody like Chaos and he's gone, you didn't have to turn around. You didn't have to say, yo, get ready to hook by the start or nothing like that. Only time I would turn around is if he did something that I didn't know about or some funny shit might happen. So, like, to have Lynn go on the road with me now by myself. So, with me, Tame and Chaos, me, Tame and Lynn, now it's me and Lynn. So, but I let people know that, like, I'm not sad. I want people to know that. I've had my time for that. I didn't have too much time to grieve, even at the time, because if anybody that follows me knows things that have been going on. So that was hard for me, when it came to that. But we get into that. But yeah, Chaos was an integral part. But to have Lynn now is almost like I said, I close my eyes. Feel like that's Chaos back there.
Do you feel Chaos's like spirit in the house though?
Hell yes, bro.
That's what I really wanted to know.
Trust me, look, and I'm that guy. I'm that guy, and I have a lot of friends that's into the spiritual world.
Because I saw you said before that he speaks to you through other people in regular life, right? Doing things to fuck with you.
Yeah, like, Chaos had this thing. We both had this thing. We call it rap to rest. So, like, you could have a normal day. Somebody will say something to you, but it'll be like a line from a song, but you'll say it out loud and act it out. And they'll be like, what the fuck? I'm like, oh, no, don't mind him. That's his rap to rest. You done said something, but you don't realize you said a line from a song. Now he's saying the song out loud. So, like, Chaos would get it out of nowhere. It'd be in the middle of the night on tour or some shit like that. He just blurt out something like, nigga, I'm like, what made you say that? Why is that in your head? Why that song? I don't know, yo. You know what I'm saying? I just came out. He was like, you're rap to rap, motherfucker. That's what that was. So, like, yeah, I have, and the reason why I can't be sad because I'm tied too close to the time when he wasn't here. I'm tied to him when he was here, so I have no time to think about when he's not here.
Mm-hmm.
Continuously through the day, on tour, conversation. It'll be shit that'll go on through the day. Like if Chaos was here right now, that shit would have made him laugh. Or I know he would have said something about this. So like, I only have time for stuff like that. And it's like that with Tame too. When you have so many memories of a person and they're all like the same, they're either involved with music, being involved in music, being on something is going to be musical because that's what we did the most together. But when we was on tour, Tame and Kaos trusted me to be the ranger. You know what I'm saying? Be the guide, L. Come on, let's you know what I'm saying? Because that's what my responsibility was, to make sure we was all good. So, like, when I think of both of them, I think about now going forward, like, if they was here right now, they would say this about this. Because there's a lot of stuff going on right now that's very good for myself. Some, I've posted some things about it, but, I'm just trying to move into a different world of doing this music. I put out a lot of records over the years. Right now, I'm signed to Empire Records Publishing. So if you watch BMF or Raising Canaan this past season, show on Apple TV called Dope Thief with Michael Tyler Henry. He and the guy that played Pablo Escobar, he's in the show too. And they play dope addicts that rob drug houses.
Right.
And they pose as DA agents. So they think they coming to arrest them, but they stealing drugs and money. So I have a song on one of the episodes, episode 4, and there's a music supervisor that works for Empire right now, and there's a certain artist that we all work together that's on Empire, and these songs are being picked for these shows, but we're recording the songs for the shows, not necessarily for one show, but just if you know these power shows, you know what they're about. So it's kind of easy to draw up songs about, but you got to know the show. So right now, I'm have songs submitted to BMF 3-4 seasons last season. And I don't know where half of these songs will end up, but they get chosen. And I just sit back and wait until they tell me they got picked. So to be in this world, I get to see a whole other part of the game. I like this game. I like the fact that even though you have to wait, the money is good. But I say good in a way of where you're not struggling to get it and you're not busting your ass on tour to get it. But it still takes work and you want the song to be picked. So this is where I'm at right now. But still making records, still about to put out a gang of stuff. So for the last 2 years, this is what I've been doing. And I'm grateful. A lot of people are bugging out because, like, yo, I'm watching this damn BMF. Is that you in the back? Like, yeah, it's in the background. So, like, and it's like, what do you say? You know what I'm saying? Because, like, I can't tell people, hey, yo, like, I can't say nothing beforehand because I don't know what's gonna happen. But I'll know when the episode comes. But even that, I don't want to say, yo, I'm be episode of such. Yo, just watch that shit. It'll probably be a song. That's all I'm gonna say. But I probably more than likely won't say nothing anyway until after it's over, because that's what we're supposed to do anyway.
That's so dope, man. Like, that's definitely another avenue for you, another lane to be a part of, still doing what you love. But
right.
I'm sure, like, for you, it's so interesting to see the visual that they pair with what you put down.
Like, we just do the song. My man submits the song. We don't know if we're going to out of say maybe 911 songs from all these different people. We don't know. It goes to the supervisor and then to the editing team. And the editing team takes these songs and they try to figure out which one's going to fit in the scene. It's not,
but do they try to tell you, like, we want like a dark ominous tone, kind of like
we
want this?
They'll tell you what the theme is for the show. These shows are from the 90s. So you're talking about 93, 94. Now we're going into 95, 96 with the Raising Canaan. Right. Then they're doing a whole nother show for when 50 character gets older. So they make him lift weights now to be like, 50 size or whatever. So they picking songs for those shows right now. And, I got songs. So I know I'm already in the next season of Raising Canaan with 3 songs, but we don't know when they're going to get picked. I'm saying a lot right now. But because people have seen the shows and they're like, how the fuck did you do that? And I'm like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know.
I'm just doing it. So but I'm surrounded by people that's got my interest at heart. My man, Vinny Kumar, that's my brother, is a good dude. And he's doing a lot of good work for a lot of us that he feels has been patient. And, if this is repayment for being patient, I'm ready to work.
Man, shout out to 50. It's so crazy to watch his journey as far as like going from dominating music to now dominating television.
Everything. Word up.
That's crazy.
And everybody watching the show, no matter what happens, they watching them shows, bro.
Right.
They watching them.
All right, let's get into Tame now, right? So November 6th, 2022, Tame passes away. They said the hospital had prescribed him like 6 different prescriptions, and him smoking weed made his heart give out.
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk about like what was your reaction when you heard the news?
I got the call from his mom. And I just couldn't believe it. It's not a good feeling. I didn't really know how to feel, actually. I was just trying to
shocked
process. Yeah. I was just trying to understand it. But I think the more I saw people talking about it more, it started sinking in to me then. But I just didn't want to believe it. So especially when you hear it from his mother, because it was like I couldn't keep asking her certain questions, like how it was like she said, he was gone. And I had to live with that. Like I said, to be right after Chaos, and it made me think about how we were sitting in there doing a eulogy and like, damn, now he's not standing with me. He's gone. So that was the most difficult thing for me. I'm like, immediately though, a lot of stuff happened to where I couldn't be sad. And sometimes I was fighting for myself. Sometimes I was just mad at the fact that the situation was what it was, but everybody grieves differently. I will say that, and to answer in a nutshell, everybody has their own way. And I couldn't grieve so much in a way like that where, I had to plan stuff. When me and Tane got back together, one thing I told him was, what I won't do is stop my solo career to work with you. And with that, like I said, came other records I did with other people. And I wanted Tane to understand, me working with these people means just because I'm working with you, I won't stop doing myself. And I encouraged him to do himself too, even if we was back together, still do your own thing. Because that was the gift that I saw with us coming back together. We got a whole other show. You do your solo shit, I'll do my solo shit, and then do artifact stuff. And then Chaos do his set. And, now the show is longer. We got more stuff to do. And we didn't know that was going to be the case. And then, do all of that stuff and be happy about it. Where we was going, record coming out and everything. Even with Chaos going, and then I'm like, man. So it was almost like, I was like, what the hell? Like everybody else was asking me, like, what are you going to do? And all the thing I tell people, I was like, well, you got to remember when me and Tame did get back together, I didn't stop doing my solo shit. So I still had that to fall back onto. And when I did that, now I'm at now it's full throttle. I made Tame do a lot of stuff when we had finished sessions. yo, his new music coming out. Y'all gonna be like, oh my God, what the fuck was y'all doing? And when I let Tame hear these songs before he died, he was like, what the fuck is this? Oh yeah, we did this when after the song we had did and da da da. And I just caught him at good times. And when people hear y'all hear these songs that he gonna be on now.
Oh, so you still have a whole bunch of unreleased music.
Bro, it's not a lot, but the immediate shit y'all gonna hear, and then this year is like the prior to him, before he died.
Right.
But it's like my man was like, yo, God damn, y'all got him sounding good as hell. And I was like, no, this was Tame before he, whatever was started happening to him was happening. So like I said, I got him at a good time. It's like maybe it was like 1, 2, 3. Y'all gonna hear 5 songs he gonna be on.
So is it gonna be an EP or is this just like?
All right, so me and my brother Keith Beats, like I was saying before. A lot of times when I was in the studio, whether it was me and Tame, or if I was in the studio with somebody else, and I would ask Kick, like, can I rock off the beat and had this guy on it. So on this album, it's me and Tame got joints. My man Elo Kush and John Robinson and 2 Mex from the Visionaries is on the joint. We got Lakim Shabazz got a joint by himself. Master Ace got a joint by himself. We got Prince Poe and 2 other dudes on the joint. We got me and my man Big Joker. We got 2 songs, and we got a song. We got a song with Keith Murray. I got my man 6 Man from Atlanta on the joint. My man Supreme Cerebral from LA is on the song, and it's more like a compilation album. I'm on most of the songs though, like with or without Tame. Me and Sadat got a joint on there. It's crazy. If you could think about, say, like a Marley Marl In Control album,
right?
It's like that. It's like that.
When is that coming out?
I just submitted it to Fat Beats to check out. So far so good. Yeah. Hopefully I'm gonna see how they feel about it. It's funny because Eclipse is my man, and he get a lot of music sent to him. When I told him on paper who was on the record, he said the exact same thing. He said, "Sound good on paper, L." And I had to laugh at it. I sent him back laughing emojis, and I said, I had to laugh at that because I understood why you said that. In his mind, that's a lot of cats. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit, that sound good. Just look at that shit on the paper. But how is it? I'm like, no. And I told him, I was like, I'm confident. And then I put the fingers crossed emoji. I was like, yo, you gonna like it though. You gonna like it. And he heard some of the song. He's like, yeah, this shit is fucking real crazy. This is real crazy. And just from the names alone, I hope that when I announce this, that when it's finally done, the deal, whatever like that, people feel the same way.
Can you share your favorite memory of Tame?
Oh, man, I got a few. But my memories of, all right, I got a good. And because it was New Year, I remember I spent the New Year's with him. Maybe the first one. We was in his room. I had to work, but then I got off work. I ain't had shit to do. And I asked him what he was doing. He said, nothing. I went to the liquor store, got a bottle of Nando's. We popped that. And this at the time I didn't smoke. So like I bought some bud. And I was just drinking. We drinking vodka. We had some beer, 40s and shit. Like he just got twisted. And this was like when I kind of first met him. So I felt from that night, like it was just me and him. I went home afterwards. But like that, things like that was what made me close to him. I used to cut his hair. So early on, when y'all seen us on MTV with Brand Nubian, my man Polar White, y'all see him on TV. that was me cutting all their hair. So like anytime we had to get ready for something, he would call me, yo, I need my shit chipped up, yo. So for me, that was he trusted me, so that was personal for me. So like anything like that, like that made him feel like, you know, like I said, me and Tame didn't have no other brothers and sisters. Like immediately, to him. So I was the next best thing to that. Like me and him. And that's how we were successful with a lot of things we did. I loved him for the fact that he showed me a lot about myself. He taught me a lot about how to, he didn't never say nothing to me rhyme-wise. We never talked about nothing like that. We just did it. We did it when it was time to do it, whether it was in the studio or stage. That shit turned on and it turned on. We turned it off. And he would go his way and I would go my way. But our friendship, I think I was probably the only one that could get Tame to do anything that nobody else could get him to do. Whether that's critique his rhymes, but the times where I would say where he had clarity, when I was the most surprised. Because Tame didn't express himself a lot. He was not as open as even I'm being now. So if he hear me talking about him right now, he was like, yo, I don't even know why you telling him all that shit.
What about when you guys performed in Japan in '94 and people knew where your hotel was and all that?
Yo, that was bananas. Like, hey, yo, Tame went outside with this dude that came to the hotel. And Tame went out paying with him. They like all down the street, on the strip, everything. And like even in the club, these girls was following us. They got beat up in the club. They were hanging with us. Some dude was mad. And this was with Stretch Armstrong. Like, that was the best thing because we was out there and we didn't know nothing. Tame went up to this lady in some newspaper stand. She's like, you got some Newports? She just closed the thing down on him. He's like, I don't sell Newports here. And we learned a lot out there about that. But that we had times where we felt like we were superstars, and that was one of the times like that. But we was always grounded as well, so we knew better.
That must have been so crazy, man, to see. Like,
yeah, I mean, we went to the club and it was fine when we left. Coming back to the hotel, it was all over the street. Artifact. It was until we got to the hotel. And they were scared to smoke weed. We were smoking weed in an aluminum pipe. And they had the weed might as well have been oregano. And we smoked it though. But then we came back again. It was totally different.
That's crazy. How did you get so good at merchandise? Like the people that are comparable to you are more like ones with big budget, like Strange Music or something like that.
Right. Well, Vinny from Naughty by Nature helped me out with a lot of that. Shout out to my man, one of his good friends, Samir. He helped me out. Whereas, like, I needed to start somewhere. I had stuff before, but I wanted to do it in a bigger way. And I used to always try to tell Tame to do it with me, but he left all that up to me. And I just, always encourage him, like, yo, you should do it. You should do it. But for me, it was just like, I have a vision of a crowd where everybody in the crowd got an Artifact shirt on. And, that's, I don't know if it's a dream, but I've seen it before in my head. I sometimes seen half of the crowd and stuff like that, but like pieces of the crowd. But I always feel like that's important. Naughty showed me that. But like even back in the day, anything merchandise promo, I was into it. So I felt like we should do the same.
So let's make it clear that you never owed Tame any money or anything like that because he chose not to be a part of the merch.
Right. I don't. No, I don't. And Tame did his own merch as well. But like he told everybody, that's L thing, And when I would try to, I would even say make him do it, Tame had other things to do. So I always believe that when you in a group and one presses up, and even if one presses up merch, you have to do it together because the other person can't say just because you're pressing the merch, they should get paid. Because one thing that I do pay for is all of this stuff to get with the whole everything about it. The logo, I have the delivery, the mailing, the packaging, all that stuff costs money. So, you know, and today because we're on the subject, today I'm rocking this T, and this is the old logo. And for everybody that follow me, and there's nothing wrong with me saying this, Tame Mother trademarked the logo. So she owns the logo right now. That's not to say she's going to make shirts or anything like that. But I'm just saying that you can put two and two together and understand what that's about. And like you said, I didn't ever owe nobody nothing because if I'm the one putting it together and I'm telling you to come on with me and nobody wants to do that, I can't split money where it's like I'm the only one putting money into it and nobody else is. So
not just money, but time and effort and everything.
Motion, everything.
So, because I know this is a sensitive topic, but I know if I don't ask you, people are going to be like, well, why you ain't asking about that and stuff,
Right.
So it's like I'm kind of like screwed either way, right?
And
you know
what I mean? Put your shirt on like it don't say artifact no more.
Right. So, but there was a situation with the lawsuit with Tame's mom and everything like that, and from what I understand, it's been resolved now. Everything is good now, and people are on a better term with each other. Everything's good now.
Well, there was nothing wrong to begin with. So whatever everybody hearing on the street, the only thing I will say is I always, even when me and Tame wasn't together, I was always the one making artifact merch. Only me. And anytime I asked him to do it, he never wanted to do it. Because he said he left that up to me. Even Tame's mom. I said, yo, if you want to do it in place of him, you could do it as well. Nobody never wanted to put no money up. But because I was doing what I was doing, she felt as though I owed Tame money. And because he was I'm like, yeah, you're in the group, but we don't have a contract saying, but verbally, we was like, okay, Tame, you could do your shirt if you want to, and I could do mine. Cause we splitting the name. So there's nobody that's fighting for anything. It's just that I was the one putting my money up to make the merch. And I shared that with him and Kaos, because Kaos needed to do it too, and then he stopped. So I'm like, okay, should I stop because nobody want to put the bread in? But then I'm supposed to pay somebody because they said they should get a percentage just because they're in the group. And there was never an issue of anything like that. When you're looking for something and, you sometimes won't find what you're looking for. But if I'm saying to you, especially after the fact, come on, it's me and you now. Let's do that work that probably he didn't want to do, and you could take advantage of it. That was happening, and then it stopped. That has to do with that. When you never think somebody gonna go behind your back and take something because they feel as though you're doing something wrong, but yet here it is, we're all together, even if it was three of us, but nobody wanted to put the money in except for me. So I can't give somebody a percentage of something that they can put into but don't want to, but they want to still get money. That's not how it works for me. If I tell you and say even me and you, if I say to you tomorrow, let's make some merch, me and you, 50-50. You never put your 50 yet, but I got my 50 always ready to go. So am I supposed to never do it? Or do I make the merch? And I always make the merch. And he wore every last bit of it. Every video, every show. I got pictures. And proof that he said he never wanted to do it. So I can't make somebody do something they don't want to do, but then yet she's mad at me because I am doing it. So it had to be one thing or the other, you know what I'm saying? Like, so because now I'm doing this and, she owns it and I like, hey, do your thing. I'm going to do, I wasn't fighting, I put money up to try to fight for it, but her lawyer put it in already and it was in there since September 2023.
So why didn't you copyright the logo previously?
I should have. I saw the locks on Wallow and Gilly's show. You never think somebody that's close to you will do something like that. But it happened. Trademark everything else? Hell yeah, because I ain't got no choice. But then, this is why I wasn't going to pay for another lawyer to fight for this trademark lawyer and all that. I'm like, look, I'm just going to switch it because I didn't do nothing wrong in the first place. I was just always the one that made the merch and tamed it.
Have you had a conversation with his mom since then? Is that kind of what you meant before where you said that everybody grieves differently?
Yeah. And as far as, I'm respectful to his mother now in the way where, trust me, I've been through a whole bunch of stuff with this lady where I had to hold my tongue because everybody don't want me to say nothing because of Tame One. But what I will say, this lady had me in court because she had these lawyers thinking that it was something owed to Tame only. Nobody, that's not what this game is about. There's never been no snake shit going on and nothing like that. Anytime I paid Tame for everything we was ever doing, show, tours, whatever. And his mom knew that. So, I'm getting subpoenas sent to my house to show up at court for something that was already agreed upon. I even wrote my name on a piece of paper saying that she get it 50% and I get 50% of the logo. If she do what she want to do with the logo, I do what I want to do. But that wasn't good enough for her. She wanted something else. So what did she do? She went with that lawyer and the lawyer claimed she's a fan. But I said, if you was a fan of me and Tame, you would stay out of this fight because you don't even know what you're doing. So when I'm telling her why y'all sending subpoenas to my house, but y'all didn't even send it to my house, y'all sent it to the wrong. Why am I getting a subpoena? I'm the only person in this group that did anything for this group. When you seen us on tour, was because of me. Anytime we was on the road, it's me working with other promoters. If you talk to any promoter over in Europe, they're gonna tell you they only supposed to help. They met Tame, but business-wise, they talked to me. Everybody.
Yeah, because you had the connection to Snow Goons and all that, right?
Right. I was working with them when me and Tame split up. So even when we did the song with them,
right,
all of this is done by me. But I don't say nothing about it. You know what I'm saying? The record that the record label that we did the record with, you know what I'm saying? A lot of records, I had deals where I was sharing my deals. You know what I'm saying? Because I know what we got to do. And all I get in return is somebody stealing the logo because they mad. Because they ain't getting no money for it.
It's such a unfortunate situation that,
I mean, but this is the business,
Right.
But, right now, though, we good. We are so good. I'm able to sleep at night after all of that. And it's the first time I actually said anything about it on any interview like this. So I appreciate that. I try to not.
I just wanted it done respectfully. You know what I mean? Where you could control what is out there so that people won't be like, oh, I heard so and so did this and did that. And that's the whole point of it is that no, you could look at this video, he's talking about it, and he says what exactly happened, And
honestly, I have no reason to lie about nothing about Tame Mom or him or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? She did make me mad though, because like I said, she won't tell people all the things I was doing. So when people would today, yo, what if his mom, like, look, I stop everybody right there. You know why I stop you? Because it was already set up for her like that. And then when you get stabbed in the back, you can't proceed with things that you told them was going to happen. And like, I don't know what, she didn't believe me. I don't know. But like, yeah, I had to walk away and just be happy with what I had. And she be happy with what she got. And that's where we at right now. And that's a good thing. Tame got a documentary about to come out.
That's what I was just about to ask you about. Like,
Yeah.
did that help mend some things for you guys, at least a little bit?
Well, this is done by some guys that really love Tame. The Division these dudes, you know, they want to put this together for him. And it took me a minute to do the interview because of the things that was happening. And nobody wanted to do the interview because of what was happening. And then we got people to do it only because I agreed to be in it. I didn't want to have nothing to be honest. I didn't want to have nothing to do with it if Tame's mother was involved. A lot of people would not want me to say that right now, but it got to be said. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, all I did was be a partner to him and Chaos to take care of my group. And that's all I ever tried to do. So when all this stuff started happening, I was just like, what the fuck, man? Like, you know, everybody can be mad and stuff like that, but like, I'm only here to help. And I told his mom that. But then the shit backfired on me. So much so that I got to change who I am because of her. Because she didn't sue me. Like, that's the whole thing. Like, there was no money to be gained.
Oh, okay.
Like, she fought for something that wasn't there. And when her lawyer, we was about to leave from the mediation meeting, she was like, yo, I got to have something for her. I was like, yeah, here goes a piece of paper, my name, her name. I signed my name. I was like, yo, look, 50 for me and 50 for her. And when she went in there to tell her that, I heard Tame's mother say, that's not good enough for me. And I'm like, why not? Because whatever you want to do with it, she owns the logo. She owns this. She don't own the artifact the word artifacts. You know what I'm saying? She owns this version of it. I didn't want to write the word artifacts again. And the way it was like that is the way it would. Me or Tame didn't write that. That's not me and Tame handwriting. My man Risk did it in LA. He did a job. That's not Tame handwriting. We own the logo. And I told the lawyer, if she want to make her own shirts with artifacts on it, that's fine. I do mine, that's fine. And then the next thing you know from me is that, like after that, everything just went to hell. Like, it was trains made by the National Hip Hop Museum in DC that they made 50 trains for me with my piece on it and 50 for Tame with his piece on it. One of the Tame friends did the artwork for the train. 50 trains went out. His mother got paid straight up front for the 50 trains, which was sold at $135. All three, my train, Tame's train, and the museum train, all together was $300. I want y'all to know that Tame's mother said that we were selling one train for $300 each. So she thought she got shorted money because she thought that they were selling the train at $300. That wasn't the case. I don't know where she got that from. So there was a lot of information out there that was wrong. But what I will say, no one believes any of that shit. Like, people know what the truth is. And she do too. And I'm good with the way things are right now because it's quiet compared to 3 years ago. And I'm happy where I'm at right now. I'm happy that I got shout out to Benny from Naughty because he had got a trademark lawyer to call me and everything. I told him I ain't in it for that fight. Like, if I have to let it go, and especially because of the energy that's tied to it now, I'd rather let it go. And then I did this. Because what I can do is tag myself. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't need to fight for that so much so where I was going to spend a bunch of money. I'd rather just let it go and let her have it. And I'm where I'm at.
So in 2002, you released your debut solo album, right? Relax, Relate, Release. The album featured Sadat X, Pharoah Monch, Organized Confusion. Now, what is your mindset going into this now that you're a solo artist for the first time?
I have to prove a point and show my worth. And that was a very personal record. My father had passed away. As you can see in the artwork, my son was in the artwork at the time, and dealing with him with autism, going to school. So it was a lot going on with that record. And it was like, the reason why I call it Relax, Relate, and Release, because it was really like my therapy, with all the things that was going on. To be doing that record helped me out a lot. It gave me something to focus on.
I want to ask you about the song Questions and Answers because the concept is amazing, right? The back and forth between you and Kaos is just fire. Like on the first verse, you're talking about, let me tell you about the days when your favorite rapper or favorite MCs had no radio play, right? No major radio play. Like, what were you thinking about when you were writing this?
Well, I wanted Kaos to do the song with me, because I had a vision of a kid, me talking to a kid. So I made him play the part of the kid and give a little bit of some explanation of what people may assume rappers are like, or how we move, but then actually just telling the story of how it really is, and the industry, and in a way of where I can say all of this to the kid, but then he's like still confused because if this is the way it's supposed to be, why is it not? And then I got to explain that. How would that be? Everything like that goes with that. But that was what I was trying to get across. And that was the first time Chaos did any rapping, anything.
Right.
And he was laughing at his stuff. Look at my voice, yo. What's fuck? So that was funny doing that, but it came out good.
And I think that it was dope because it's kind of like echoing what we were talking about earlier, right? Like some of the stuff you're saying, and there's like originality was key. Like you really had to show your skill on the mic. How do you feel that song has aged now?
Still, hey, I got a few songs like that, and even when Way Skills that me and Tame to do that, it was like made that song in '96, and it still applies today because the same thing still happening, just in a different different multiverse or something like that. So like, I just feel like we are reporters. We tell what's going on the street and what's inside the game. So, like, I felt like making that song was something I would want my son to hear. And he would understand it because he know who I am. My son's 22 now. So he understands who I am as an artist. Back then, he wouldn't have understood who that person was. But because he's my son, he know who I am as a person. Everybody else don't. So I feel like, these songs age well when it's topics of such, because we all care about it. So to hear it like that, the nostalgia of it and the names, that's what make it good too.
I think what's so dope is that when you did this song, we were coming out of, how they used to say Diddy introduced the shiny suits and all that stuff like that. But pop, hip hop became even more pop at this time when you put out the song. And now from that time period where you put out the song till now, it's like
Yeah,
hip
you can
hop
still
is
play it today, and it apply.
right. It's even more now, right? Like hip hop is pop culture, really.
Right.
Like they set the
We
tone on
outlasted a lot.
everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, man. But how do you feel that first debut album for you, that solo album, came out? Were you satisfied with the project?
Yes, I was I was just nervous about it. You know, so much so where, I remember mixing the songs and just hoping that people was gonna like it, and then it wound up being that be true. So much so, like when I did the second one, when I got the Fat Beats, and I was with them, and they was like, "Yo, whatever you made with that last one, L, it was so personal. Just fuck all that, just black out on this next one." And that's when the Unusual came, and it was like how he said. I was like, you know what? I'm not even gonna think about saying that too personal. Everybody heard everything I said on that last record. Let me just make a bunch of hot tunes on this one.
But I think that's dope that you were able to make a personal album though. Like, it's even if like that's not generally where you would go to. Like, I feel like artists should have something like that though.
Yeah, you're right. Because when I did it, I was like, all right, I ain't doing that again. I was like, I heard enough of that. Let me get, but like when dudes at Fat Beats said that, I was already going in that direction because I had already started recording songs already. So that they was right to say that.
Right. So The Unusual in 2006 gets released with Fat Beats. The album featured Crowd Pleaser, produced by Illmind. He also produced Hold On. What was it like working with Illmind? I feel like he's super underrated.
Yeah, Illmind was a fucking secret weapon. And he's Filipino, so like my best friend is part Filipino as well. He got a whole Filipino crew, and they came to me. They was like, "Yo, we want you to hear my man Illmind beats." I was like, "Really?" I was like, "Where he from?" He said, "He from Bloomfield." I was like, "Oh, he from Jersey. He's not too far from me." I was like, "Okay." So yeah, we want to set up a day. I was like, "All right." These dudes worked in the radio station, so they bring me to the station, and they was like, "Yeah." So like he's back there. I was like, "Why y'all got him all secretive? What's going on?" So we went in this little room. It was tight in the room. All of them in there, me, Kaos was in there. And I'm like, what is happening right now? So they bring him in. He's like, yeah, my name Ilman. Da, da, da. I think you live not too far. I'm like, I don't know what I'm about to hear. They gave me some headphones. I thought they were going to play it in the room. Put some headphones on my ears and started playing that shit. First beat, I was like, shit. Second beat, I was like, dang, I'm trying to hold it together. I'm like, whoa. And then the crowd pleaser beat came on. I was like, oh my God. I took the headphones off. I was like, who the fuck are you? Who are you, bro? He gave me 2 CDs and I took them shit on. It was so much heat on them CDs. I picked them 2 beats because I only could pick, I was trying to just be easy. But that crowd pleaser song is still my biggest hit to this day.
But at this time, he had already worked with like G Unit and everything, right? No?
My Illmind's first placement is with me.
Wow. That's amazing, man.
Straight up. And it's funny when the Red Man gave me some beats. They your boy Illmind. I was like, you know why you know about Illmind, motherfucker? Because of me. And then he went to Sky Zoo. Then he went to Joel Ortiz. And then and then he G Unit. Then he got signed to 50 and them. So yeah, but Crowd Pleaser is Illmind's first song. And if not, also acrobatic work with him from Boston.
That's crazy, man. And then on the album, also you got J Rawls, right?
Yeah.
He produced a few songs on there. Shout out to J Rawls. You had OC on the song Nothing to Lose.
Yeah.
Now, Sean Price, man.
Yeah.
What was it like working with Sean?
That was a good day. I just said, I called him. I said, yo, meet me at Fat Beats on this day. I picked him up. This when I had my whip. Picked him up. He was impressed that I had a car. And he was like, okay, Al, this is my hip hop. This is my hip hop shit, right? I was like, yeah. So I bring him to my man P Original crib. And he lived in Edison, New Jersey. And we go there and it's trees and, houses, nice houses. And he's like, oh I need to be out here all the time. So I brought him to my house. He met my son, my kid, but we went there, and for him to be so free of the hood, him being there, so dope because he wanted to be out there. And he saw all the grass and everything. Like, yo, can I come out here more? I was like, yeah, I mean, it's up to you. But it's a nice, you got to catch the train. But that was a good day because he went in the barbershop. We had to wait for the producer to come with us because he had the track. But when we was in there, he said, "Oh, I'll be around here each time. This is with my area." I was like, "You bullshit. You don't be around here." So he went outside to smoke a cigarette. He wasn't out there 5 minutes. Some dude walking across the street. He was like, "Yeah, da." I was like, "Oh, no, I know you ain't out there talking to somebody." He didn't went across the street. Like, he went talking to this dude, and he came back. I told you, nigga. I was like, "Oh, my
God." What kind of relationship did you have with Sean? Did you guys, were you guys really close?
We met him in Virginia back and we did the show at boot camp. And that next day, he came to our room and he was looking for somebody. He came in the room, started smoking with us. He stayed in the room all the way to check out. He had to check out the room and stuff. And from there, we was good friends ever since, me and Tame. But, of course, me and Tame had our own relationship with him. So I would see him a lot, and he was a polo dude. Sorry, he was a polo cat. And he would see me sometimes out, and fuck you, L. You got that same jacket. I got that shit at the crib, though. You got yours on now. Like, fuck you, nigga. he was funny like that. But yeah, he was a very good friend. Very good friend. And Bernie.
Yeah, man. Rest in peace to Sean and shout out to Bernadette, man. Yeah, for sure. So in 2018, you and Sadat X from Brand Nubian released the album XL. Now, how did your friendship with Sadat form? And how did you guys decide to do this album?
1990, me and Tame met Brand Nubian, met them at the State Building on 125th Street. I wasn't scared to approach them after they did their show. We were saying all the words, and I approached them and said, "Yo, we Artifact, we wasn't Artifact. Yes, we were. But, we wasn't like, Jamar didn't feel like we was like sweating him like that. So I asked him for his phone number. He gave it to me. And from that day on, we started going to New Rochelle. We were doing shows with them. They was kind of grooming us, but we found our own way. But yeah, they are big brothers, and knowing them for so long. Me and Scott was doing an interview that night with some dude, and out of nowhere, when we was finished, he was like, "Yo, y'all ever thought about doing an album together?" And our answer was like, "No, but maybe we should." And the interview was over. And literally, I looked at him like, "Yo, you sure you mean that?" He's like, "Yo, come on, let's do it." And that was 2011. The record came out 2018.
Wow. That's crazy, man. So yeah, with you guys being such big fans of Brand Nubian and you like, what was it like doing an entire project with one of the members like that?
Full circle moment. But I would always see Sadat in New York because I hung out in New York all the time, whatever. So he used to always see me out, and he showed me at Harlem Week one time, me and my boy. But because I always saw X, it was like, that was really like Batman and Robin to me. I won't say Robin, I say Nightwing. I was Nightwing, he was Batman. Because like I have that much respect for him. But a guy that was, a few years older than me was able to show me things that people would have never told me. He showed me. So when we agreed to make the record, I was trying to impress X. And all we would tell him, trust me. But like, trust me with everything. Trust me with doing this record. And he go, "These beats, you like these?" Anything I presented him with, he was like, "Yeah, I like that." And he did the same for me. So it was a really easy record to make when you're a fan of somebody, but you also know him as a friend. So it was a plus, doing that. Because I was trying to show him what I learned in the business, and I wanted to share with him, and doing that, me and X have made a lot of money together. Yeah, I want people to know that. Even though we have this connection, I respect him in business because he's a legend and been in the game before me, was taught by other legends. So I'm just trying to really show him what I can do for me and him as much as I showed him what I can do for me and Tank.
Yeah, and you guys had some amazing features on that album with Bumpy Knuckles, R.A. the Rugged Man, Nutso, Ciroc, damn, it's crazy. Any plans to do a follow-up album?
Yes, we are. It's going to be called Double XL. I already picked out the beats for it already. I let him hear them already, so we just got to go in the lab and start writing.
Oh, shit. Did you announce that already?
Yes, I have.
Oh, okay. Man, That's crazy. That's crazy.
But yeah, in the meantime, me and Sadat got features out with other people.
Mm-hmm.
But he's definitely going to be on this next record that me and my boy Kick is doing. And so y'all can get ready for that in the future.
All right. 2021, you and my man, Jake Palumbo, do Solving Cases, the album,
and
right?
And we're doing Solving Cases too, as well.
Oh, that's crazy, man.
So yeah.
Shout out to Jake.
We about to start working on that ASAP.
Damn, you just you got your hands everywhere, huh?
Yeah, bro. Look. Trust me. Look, our his joints already recorded and stuff like that. So we making movies right now.
What was your first impression when you met Jake?
Me and Jake was I was doing a remix for Shabam Sadiq for the Graffiti the World song we got together. And he did the remix, and I had to go to the studio at his lab to do it. One thing, we finished the song, and then I had time, so I started rolling up, and I was like, "Yo, you smoke?" He's like, "Yeah." So we right then started. I was like, "Yo, you got some beats?" So he started playing me some tracks, and the song with Wordsworth from that record is one of the beats he played. So and he played me the Blast Off beat, and I was like, "Dang!" I was like, "These shit was crazy." Okay, so I picked those. And then we agreed to make the record. He helped me do a lot of mixing with me and Sadat record. So he made a deal with me. I mixed the record for you and Sadat. You make the album with me. I was like, fine, perfect, let's go. And every time we would mix, I would do a song before I leave. So we would already be doing another session and then doing something else. But I would make my verses at night. And, we got making that record. And I told Jake the reason why we ain't made a new one yet, I want to do the same process I did with him the first time. And because we have to outdo the first one, I want to go through the same process, play me shit that you play for other people that I ain't never heard, because that's what we did on the first one. We sat there and then he just played me stuff, and I'm like, okay, that. And that's how we made that record.
When it comes to Jake, when I interviewed him, he said that he knows how to play his position. A lot of times where it's if he's there to engineer a session, he's not trying to be like, yo, but I rap too, or but I'm a producer or something like that. It's kind of until people ask, and then he's not trying to maneuver his way around like that. And I always thought that was real respectable, because then that's he said that it's actually worked to his benefit, where he's gotten people that wanted to work with him because they known him for so long of oh, I thought you were just an engineer. He's like, no, but I got all this too. And it's right. It's it's surprising.
I even thought he would be doing more songs on the record with me and him. He said, no, I just want to be on one. And you do the rest. I was like, okay. But, Jake, he really wanted it to be about me. But it was really about both of us, because of all the beats he played for me. He said, mad people passed up on these beats. I'm surprised you like him. I said, wow, really? People passed up on these shit? So it just made our record even better. And this is why I didn't want to just rush going into the next one, because we did 2 songs. I did one. I really did. And not that I didn't like it. I was like, nah, this ain't it. This ain't it. It's I remember how I felt doing the other one. I want to feel like that again.
So how did you come up with the concept, the idea? Why Solving Cases? Why the cover the way it is and everything?
Well, because it was Solving Cases, we just said, fuck it, let's run with it. So we was like, yeah, we're going to have chalk on the street, hip hop. Not hip hop is dead, but this shit is weird right now. And we need to solve the case of why it's so weird. You know what I'm saying? Why is that people not making records like they used to? You know,
Mhm.
everybody catering to a certain sound. So I felt like, Jake, people already wouldn't even expect you to be making these beats anyway. So this is where it's gonna make it. This is what's gonna make it work.
Right. Oh man, shout out to Jake, man.
No
Good brother
doubt,
for
no doubt.
sure.
That's my dude.
This is the last question. Tell me about the album, The Unexpected.
Mm.
What was it like working on this album? 30 years under your belt, being in this game. Just, some people will ask, like, what more do you got to say? Like, what more do you got to prove at this point?
my mother say that. My mother say that. Okay, so like I'll say this first. We recorded that record in 2012.
Oh shit. Okay.
Me and Mint Plus recorded that album in a time and space of where we was busting that ass, like trying to, some of these records that I do, I know they're not gonna come out tomorrow. But even that record, we had to get mixed. The shit costs, man. And everybody don't always come with the good prices. Everybody don't always come with the favor. So
Or the good mix.
Yeah, or the good mix, right? 'Cause, yeah, you gotta have good mix. So like, I waited. And my man Mint Plus, he's a good guy. He's, a highly underrated producer from here. And like you said, another Jersey thing, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. But Mint is a good guy, man. His beats is dope. I fuck with him. And this was a project. I shot these videos on my own, shot the first video with my phone, paid for a few videos or two, and I had a lot of help. And this was what that record was, very unexpected for a lot of the things that happened and how it got done. Shout out, to my girl Kat McBride, took the pictures. This was straight up guerrilla warfare work, us with a lot of our friends, and it worked out. And shout out to the Snow Goons for playing the video on their page. A lot of the promo they did worked very well.
Right.
And I was very pleased with this record release. Shout out to Vinyl Digital Records. They put the record out with me and Sadat as well. And they took care of us in the same way they doing me and me.
Yeah, because see, I was wondering, I was like, yo, how does he have DJ Kaos on this album? If this is supposed to be like 30 years later.
Yeah, look. When me and K.I. did that song, we were drunk as hell when we did that song. We had just came from a bar. He was DJing. We came in here, and I started rolling up. I said, Chaos, I'm going to send you this beat. I was like, but it needs something, though. I got to write the song to it. So I played it for him, and I said, yo, it needs something. I don't know why I keep hearing it, just because I keep hearing Biggie. And as soon as I said, he said, yo, shut up. I was like, wait, tell me to shut up. He said, hold up. I think I know what you're talking about. He playing the beat. It's 3 a.m, yo. He playing the beat. And then when I said Biggie, he was like, you talking about this shit? This goes out to you. I was like, oh, shit. I was like, yeah, that's it right there. So he added right there that night. He added that shit. He was so drunk making them cuts. And I'm giving him the L, we smoking. But he got it right. He recorded it right there. And that's what we used to put it on the record. So that's how Chaos got cuts on that record.
Did you get any backlash from the song like Body Talk? Because it was like a different kind of sound, like it was.
Nah. I think I got a lot of people surprised at the song. You know what I'm saying? Because I do songs like that every now and then. Like on the first album, I got a song called "Bang It Out," but
Right.
I don't like making them songs. But when Mint played the beat for me, I'm like listening to that shit. I'm like, oh, okay. My man Fresh Daily had the beat too, but he said he couldn't fuck with it. But when he heard what I did, when he said, see, you went there. I ain't want to go there. Like I heard that in the song too, but I was like, fuck it, man. Like I don't make records like this, but we're gonna do one now. Fuck it. We're gonna make that singing in there, body talk. Make money. And it worked. It worked though.
Definitely, man. All right, L, man. I just want to thank you so much for your time, bro.
Brother.
Is there anything else you want to say to the people before we go ahead and wrap it up? I think this might be your longest interview.
Yeah, man, I had a few other ones like this, but I will tell y'all this: it's better to have it like this because y'all get everything in its entirety. But I will tell y'all now, this year into the next, y'all just prepare for new Artifact music. Raising Canaan TV show. Y'all can hit me on there. I don't know what else it's gonna be because it's just random. So I'll just be posting stuff up. But y'all can get ready. The album title for me and Kick is called A New Dope. So if you think about Star Wars, A New Hope, think about A New Dope. It ain't gonna be a Star Wars cover or nothing like that, but we just a play on words.
Got you. Dope, man. Salute, bro.
No doubt. Thank you very much. So yeah, when the record come out, when we get all this stuff ready, hopefully we can do another one, and
absolutely,
I
man. Because I had to move so many questions, bro. Like I was like, yo, this shit's getting too long. Like I got all the stuff I still want to ask them.
You all right? You all right? But like I said, we got new music coming. Artifact's still here. Like I said, Double XL. I got a solo record. I got a bunch of stuff, man. So like, y'all get ready for all of this stuff to come. And I appreciate y'all. Salute.
Salute, man.